Guys, this is not a drill. We have our second baby today, and I will be letting the console name it. Last time it tried to name Bart. I actually forget. What was his name? Rendreep? I don't know. I forget. Is my camera frozen? It is. That's so funny. That was me trying to fix my Switch before. Harpreet! Yes, you're right. Pixie, thank you for your watch streak. And watch it as well. Why didn't I get... Oh no, watch it is the streak. Sorry, Pixie saying hello. Hello, Joe. Guys, look, it's here. We're having a baby. We're having a baby. I'm nervous as hell. Where's my lip balm? Baby number 2. Evans, what the hell? Thank you, doll. It's very sweet to say. Who's the pregnant one? I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be red or not. Or it could be Caucasian with Elmo's eyes. But I'm hoping it's red with Elmo's eyes regardless. And maybe Tim's smile. Apparently babies are kind of rare. A second baby has hit the stream. I'm very excited. Elmo is mother. Yes, you're right. Pickle, thank you so much for your streak. Guys, all the streaks today. I'll give it a little bit of time to help people get in and get comfy. Not that long because I'm too excited. Elma Preg confirmed. Elma Preg. I shipped off my only baby. You shipped off the baby? That's so funny. I think I'm going to let the console name the baby. Tammy! David, same. Elma Preg. How is Darkwater? Hello! Tim Tam Slam! Hello! Good morning! How was your stream, doll? How was it? You played with your sister, right? Hi, Bird. Hi, Vix. We have a baby coming. We have a baby coming. I'm very nervous, but I'm excited. I was looking for a raid target. I saw you went live. Oh, shit. What a shame. What a shame I went live. No, I wanted to even start earlier, but I think I needed the sleep because I wake up early, very early, and then I go back to sleep for an hour usually, but I went back to sleep for longer. When you could name it Elm Preg? True. Okay, how about this? If the name isn't funny or like good enough, we'll name it Elm Preg. Or I let the console name it and then we do the pronounce Elm Preg. Today is a good day when you hear Tammy, David. So true. So true. Did you get some sleep, Tammy? We beat the game and unlock things to try for next time. Oh, cute. Cute as. No, 115. Okay, my goat. Jesus. That's huge. I'm hyped. I'm very excited. I'm curious. Uh-oh. I'm really nervous what it's going to look like. Thank you for the sub. Because this is Elmo we're talking about.
Put your ass away, child.
Cordin Blur just subscribed. Madam, what do you mean second baby? TTS, diapers, midnight shits, formula, driving across 4 US states just for basic care, binkies, gift registries.
Gift registries. Blue, thank you for 45. How are you, doll? Yes, Tammy, if you need a nap, get a nap in before Faz, please do. I don't want you to feel tired. What the hell? That's so funny. Why does it announce everything? Tammy, thank you for the big Hermie. I appreciate it. Prove it, go nap. Thank you for 45, Blue. That's really lovely. I appreciate you. Today, this is what I'm thinking. It might change. Today, I'm thinking Tamagotchi, into Faz, into DBD Cap. It could change. I don't know. I have no idea. But we'll vibe it out. Wait, Evans, hello? Happy birthday. What are you talking about? Thank you for the sub. Happy birthday to you.
Shark Pickles
Get some
just
sleep,
subscribed. What's the birth plan?
Birth plan, I don't know. Water birth. Elmo birth. Elmo birth. DBD cap. I don't know. I'm in my DBD cap era again. Shark, thank you so much for 14 months. We are so back. Honestly, my back feels better today. My stretch I did yesterday. I do have to move my body more, but we'll take it. Taurus Nation! Yeah. Sush, thank you so much. Sorry. Fuck, I did it again. Shark, Sush on my mind. Shark, thank you so much for 14. And Sush, how are you? God. You know what? Thank you for existing. I'm just gonna thank everyone when they come in. Thank you for being here, guys. Thank you for being alive. Love you guys. Thank you for thanking the thankers that thank the thankers. Abs, hello. I think Elmo's mother, guys. I think Elmo's mother. Should we try? Elm Preg. Okay, here's the plan. I'm nervous.
There's something we'd like to tell you. We've had a baby. Surprise. Can you guess the baby's gender?
I'm really scared to see what this is gonna look like.
It's
Not that
a boy.
bad. Okay. It's just red with Tim Curry's face.
We were thinking of calling our baby Charlie. What do
Aww.
you think?
Wait, Charlie's cute. It's a demon. Lucifer? The devil. He's risen. Wait. Devil and Jesus together at last. Hi, Grace. Wait, I want to see what they fully look like. I can change their name after.
What kind of personality do you think a child will have?
Elmo's.
We'll try to be the best parents in the world for little Charlie.
It could be worse. It could be... Oh, no.
Oh, Charlie. Oh, Charlie.
Oh, no, it's Terry Owen. It's Terry Owen. It's Terry Owen. Great.
He spoke.
Great. What the hell? Well, at least they grew up on the Irwins. Chimes! Thank you for the sub!
Put your ass away,
The
child.
thing is cursed, Striker. Hi,
Chimes
Pixel. Hi,
4 days
Striker.
just subscribed.
I know it's emotional, isn't it? At least it's not the spear. They grew up so fast. It's so ugly. Chimes, thank you so much, my love. How are you? Are you off today? Oh, wait. Oh my god. Doggo, hello. Oh. Elmo can't even reach his son.
It's unbelievable how fast children grow. Just look at how tall Charlie has become. Oh, hiya, Carla. I'm a big kid now. Big enough to live on my own. Living on this island doesn't sound too bad. Then again, the outside world is tempting too. Where do you think I should live?
No, I kind of want to keep him on because it'd be funny to show people the spawn we created.
Alright,
Please send him off!
there's no place better than
Guys!
the island.
Guys! Come on! What? That's crazy! In the depths of hell! Guys! god! I want to give him a fuck-ass outfit. Chimes, I'm sorry you're sick, doll, and probably feeling worse after seeing this. Thank you for the subby. Grace, it's not a thing from Nightmares. Oh! Oh! Okay, wait. Let's get some hair on this weirdo. Oh. Randall looks gorgeous compared to the concoction of a child. Guys! This is so funny how much everyone hates him.
Thank you for the sub.
Jess!
Put your ass away, child.
Jess_Catherine just
It's
subscribed.
just Tim's face.
Carl's love.
Tim's face is just cursed with red, I think. I've seen this guy ask for a cigarette on the side of the road. Oh my god. Can we sterilize him? Is crazy. Guys. We should probably add horns. I love him though still. Lullaby, please. Looks like a nice guy. Tomato, guys. What if he's a tomato? Oh, yeah. Tomato Charlie. That's so funny. Read this and follow through. What is it? Guys, if you know... Did you know if we don't feed or interact with me, they'll eventually just leave? Really? Oh no, Poot's gonna go then. I haven't been touching her. That's a really bad horn. Me so horny. Erica seems so happy now. Speak on it. Guys, I'm really bad at horns. Alright, fuck the horns. We come back with the horns later, at a later date. We just gotta add Charlie in. Jess, thank you so much for 14 and Witchy for 10. And
Put
so
your ass
sorry we
away,
have a hype
child.
train. I've been ignoring it because of the devil.
W1TCHB1SH
Oh,
just
Grace,
subscribed.
true.
Red heart emoji, red heart emoji, red heart emoji.
Thank you for the red heart emoji. Witchy, thank you so much for 10 months. Thank you for 14 months, Jess. My god.
I'm so sorry.
Time.
That it didn't work out. I'm moving on. I'm so sorry, but it's over now. The pain is gone. Oh,
Putting on my shades to cover up my eyes.
I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. Tammy, you're meant to be a slave.
I'm running
You're
solo.
being naughty. Daddy. I'm ignoring it because of the devil is crazy. Listen. Thank you so much, Tammy. Riding solo. Me forgetting my own train because of the bloody red tomato on my face. Want to see what was happening?
Daddy, you seem to be doing well.
I got an idea.
Spawn of Satan, long time no see.
Spawn of Satan. Yes, Art. Tabby, thank you. Get some sleep, doll. Wait, what does his voice sound like? Papa. Mommy.
Mommy, long time no see. EWWW, you see.
Okay.
Good evening, you.
Okay, it doesn't work. Listen. Spawn.
Hey, you.
Argo is funny. True, Kaylee. But what if?
You go, how goes it?
You go.
Args, how goes it?
Perfect. This is crazy. Yes, stand confidently, King. Yeah. Christian, I'm so sorry. This is my son, Uggs, whom I definitely
I feel
love.
like I'm getting closer to.
Alright, enough of you. Oh, God. Michael Myers kills him. True. What's wrong with Elmo?
Huh? Ooh, I'm a little bit upset.
Is it because you just... He's behind you, isn't he?
What day is it? When I was talking to Roz, I got it.
Oh, grow up. You just had a baby. I don't... Evans, I'm not too sure. Yowie, Kaylee. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. Oh, we got some love with Pitbull, guys. Pitbull.
What is this I'm feeling? Sadness.
Fergie?
Melancholy. I can't hold back my feelings for Fergie Ferg. I need to tell her how I feel.
Yes.
Where should I confess my love?
Ferris wheel.
How should I confess my feelings?
Romantic.
What about my outfit? Should I get changed?
She has to show up. She has to show up.
All right. It's time to psych myself up and express my true feelings. Dally.
Come on, come on. Show up, Fergie. Show up, Fergie. Come on, Fergie wants love. She's been wanting love since Daddy Pig rejected her.
Fergie Ferg never showed up that day.
I'm so over this fucking game. Fergie. Gwen. Oh, shit. Fergie. Oh, Fergie. Oh, he's so sad. Oh. I gotta take you on a trip. Yeah. I have to take you on a trip. I'll be back, sweetie. Everything will be fine. Oh my god. Well, to be fair, she didn't really like him that much. But, you know, I thought maybe, like, grow up. Like, why are you so upset? I'm good, Gwen. How are you going? How's your how are you feeling? As well. Pipple got rejected by Fergie, but it's okay. Henry, I love how we hate Elmo's spawn so much. 10 Clancy to Peru, no less, Nate. To Peru. Wait, this would be a perfect sick game. I hope you feel better. Let's send Pitbull to Japan because I want to go back. What if he goes with Fergie? That's awkward.
Oh, a Kyoto tour ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Are you really giving this to me?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
No worries.
A change of scenery could help me take
Oh,
my
that's
mind
true.
off things.
You'll be alone.
Well, here I go. Bye.
What if you could... What if they
Dolly.
could get lost on a trip and they never return? That would be crazy. Game Boy! Dale! How are you, Dom?
The famous Sen Bontoriak Fuji Nari Taisha. I'm
Aww!
seeing red.
Amazing, take a
Smile for
photo!
the camera.
Yes, King!
Mount Diamond is really lighting up the night. Dolly.
Dale!
Smile for the camera.
You look so good!
To get Sikio Bridge is straight out of a woodblock print. Smile for the camera.
Amazing, King! I still want Fergie to fall in love with him. So bad.
Going on that trip did wonders for my mood. I feel so much better now. Dolly. I even got you.
What did you
this
get me?
souvenir.
What did you get me? What did you get me? What did you get me? Matcha, how did that survive the trip? The collab would be huge. Arigato gozaimasu. Let's
I'm
get
feeling
Fergie.
better.
Let's get Fergie. Fergie, you need to get your man. I'm over this. Where is Fergie? Jesus and Gordon Ramsay are loving each other sick right now. Hold. Fergie. Come be the man I need. Oh shit, what does Fergie want? Whoa, no.
Ha,
Probably
good
me.
morning.
Oh, she likes Barney.
I don't know what's going on, but I keep catching myself thinking about Purple Fuck all the time. Do you think Purple Fuck and I are compatible with each other?
I think that would be amazing, to be honest.
Phew. That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure.
I need a chip.
I've even found myself thinking, what if I could spend every day with him?
Oh. Their baby would be wild. Okay, play it cool, guys.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Mr. 305 confessed his feelings for me. But I don't think we'd get along, so I decided not to go out with him.
Damn, I wanted to be like, no, you would get along, and then they live happily ever after. I want someone to confess love today. And not be rejected.
Ha. It's nice to see you, Crikey.
Barney is packing.
I'm feeling a bit wobbly. I think,
What's in your head? Let's have a look, Steve.
help me clear my
Abby
mind.
Lee Miller. Yep. Let me get her. You're only thinking about Terry, babe. Not Abby Lee
Literally,
Miller.
Crikey. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. Stately, hello. Aquarius, hello. How are you guys?
Lately, all Terry Owen talks about is gifting subs. I don't know how to feel about that.
She loves to give subs, that one. Terry, stop it. Mm-mm-mm. 11? Oh, what's this? Hi, Freedom. I'm glad you're all doing well. Huge. Terry'd love to support the channel. What's going on here?
By the way, your outfit's super cute. What's your secret? How are you always so on trend? Oh, this old thing. I don't know. It was a gift. I just threw it on.
I don't know.
Right. Moving on. So, the food here's really good, isn't it? If you say so. I've got a bit of a cold right now. Can't taste a thing.
Bing.
Oh, okay. Well, hope it fills you up.
Fills you up?
Hey, did you hear? Apparently, people who like sack and cheese tend to be into cranking hog crazy style as well. Right. I mean, I haven't heard of either of those.
Barney, you're a lying sack of shit.
Oh, I see.
Liar. Hi, Jules. How are you? He's dreaming about something. Wait, I have an idea. What are you dreaming about?
Shoot.
Right.
Ha.
Right. My bad. My bad.
Just a dream.
Awkward. All good. I hate when that happens.
What can I do for you?
Alright, I'm going to get... Guys, the only other child on this island is Bart. So I'm going to get Bart to meet Charlie.
Oh no, are you okay?
Sorry. Do you mind giving me a hand?
Don't worry, I watched a video on this once.
Wait, what?
Are children handling a drill?
I am forever in your debt.
Don't worry about it, Doe.
Okay, no love yet.
Your feet
But-
suck. So, Dylan.
Wait, is Bart an adult now? No. No, it wouldn't be. Oh shit. Okay, okay. Who's being annoying? I've stopped. What's this? What's this? Oh, they're being cute.
Ooh, now you've done it. Take this, take this, take this.
It's so cold.
He might be an adult actually, whoopsies. Cute! Lovers! Jesse Pinkman! Guys, I should have another baby ASAP. Sorry about my chomps.
So in fact,
Not the old fringe, Grace! Oh no! We need Lisa Preet. Oh, what's Granny want? Oh, Nick Cannon.
I always have a blast when I'm with you. Lovato.
Oh, she's in love.
Really? I had no idea you felt that way.
Well, I do. So, fancy going out with me sometime?
Sure. As friends.
Wait, what? Why am I getting rejected in my own practice run?
Girl, what are you doing? Gran. Damo, I don't know, doll. I don't know what's going on with her. Poor thing. What the hell? Mmm. Burns Alien.
Ramsey.
Hi, Granny.
Gordon Ramsay. Morning.
Morning.
Ian. Was it? Good morning.
Great. Great. You can have 6 days. No, you're fair, Grace. I had that fringe for way too long. Peppa Pig? What's wrong with Peppa Pig? Guys, why is everyone on this island needing things? What's wrong, babe?
Good morning.
Actually, I need to dress you.
I'm kind of peckish. Feed me, please.
I'm going to do a lot of things for you today. I'm going to give you... First of all, some meth. Get that in you.
Oh my.
You love it, don't you? Everyone hates meth for some reason. But I will... Let's go shopping. Let's get you a nice outfit. Let's go. Oh, cute! Oh, wow, there's heaps of stuff today. They mix it up with math. That's cute. Go on, doll. Put that on, you cutie patootie. Love. Absolutely love. Okay. That is a cute little combo though. I kind of want Terry Irwin and Steve to talk.
Ta-da. Hey.
I want them to
Steve
get
Irwin.
Hey.
Toledo, Bundes,
Okay, they're not ready, but they will.
Mirandina,
Mm,
Daprating.
they will be. They will be.
America.
Walter White and Burns?
Excuse me. Have you got a moment?
A moment.
My name is Walter White.
Lovely to meet you, Walter White. I'm Burns Alien.
I'm Burns Alien. Me too. Isn't he cute? I want him to fall in love.
Gia, you cheated on long you thought. No too.
Who would fall in love with Burns Alien?
Cran, please satro pale lonti, len carapy pale henna.
He's so cute. Randall's about to read Cooking with Cum. Also, no one's falling in love with Michael Myers. He's such a sweetie. He's so cute. Jesus, myself, and Homer. Burns and Myers need to fall in love. What about... Oh, wait. Roz and, put me on the island. I'd fall in love with him. See? Until he kills you, he won't. He's a different guy now. He's a different guy. Forgot about Jesus too. Where's Roz? Is Roz dead? Oh. Sorry, we moved her. Okay.
Carla. Right.
Yeah, what's up?
Wouldn't it be marvelous if Homer and
No,
I
he
lived
has a full
together,
family.
always watching?
What? No. He has a full family, babe. He's married. We should add someone new, Aquarius. We should add Chris today. We should add Chris, and then we should add one of my cursed options.
Really? I'm glad
They live
I
together
asked.
already. She
Always
lives with her
watching.
boyfriend.
It'd be nice if we could spend time together more often, Carla.
Girl, what are you talking about? So many main characters. Like, what's going on with this lot?
Hey, Carla. How do you feel about... Actually, never mind. Always watching.
Why is she playing hard to get? What the hell? How do you feel about... Never mind. Yeah, Abby, they live together. They're called Jork and Ink. Alright, let's buy a new house.
Welcome.
Bathroom set.
Thanks for shopping with us. Thanks for
Ooh.
shopping with us.
Walter looks great in a skirt.
Please come again.
What the hell?
Welcome.
Mmm. Oh my god. It's covering her eyes. Oh, poor Pepper. She can't see shit. She's trying to do a job, but she just sees nothing. Oh, babe. Blindfolded.
Thanks for shopping with us.
Mm. To block out the haters, yeah.
Phew. I don't think we've met, right? My name's Burns Alien.
Lovely to meet you. Burns here. I'm Bonnie.
Mm-hmm.
Sparkle, Myth
Myth cookbook. She looks happy.
I love the smell
What
of
was
the
it Carla
sea.
told me the other day?
What did I tell you?
Just in the presence of Terry Owen. Deep breaths, deep breaths.
Talk to your husband. Okay.
Feeling
Vic.
kinda tired all of a sudden.
Oh my god.
Well, Samantha Canary, is that Dorothy Rich? Sandy Milky Milky Cocoa Pop, Johnny Connizy, Pear Shake Cow Daru, your O'Geel Wampus.
Great.
Ah, there goes Big Tits, the love of my life.
What'd he say? Oh my god, Jesse Pinkman. Meet Burns.
Hey, nice Nice to meet you. I'm Jesse Pinkman.
Bitch.
Lovely to meet you, Jesse Pinkman. I'm Burns Alien.
Sparkle. Botanical Field Guide.
Okay.
See Botanical Field Guide Poe. That's Botanical Field Guide New Starter.
Stunning. We could make Slender Man. We were wanting to make Slender Man and also Kath and Kim for a while. I gotta sneeze. Oh, pardon me. Oh god. Does Bird's Alien bring them love? Well, I want him to fall in love with someone and I want to make his catchphrase, I bring you love. God bless your soul. Let's add a Slenderman because that will take 2 seconds. Oops. Oh, we could use prompts and see what the hell it comes up with. A Labubu. Wait, we could do a Labubu. I'll do Slenderman and then we'll do a Labubu. Oh. I have just the suit for him. Because I want to see who he falls in love with. Perfect. Slender Man. Oh.
My name is Slenderman.
Slenderman. Oh, Beware could be cute. Oh, wait. I'm gonna make him 30. Well, I don't even know what Slenderman sounds like. Yeah, we we should just do a speed run of making as much as we can.
My name is Slenderman.
No. Perfect. Is Slenderman slow? I don't know the lore of him. Is he a slow idiot? Mimi should be one. I can make her into a pet. Should we make him polite for a laugh? What if I said he's kinda... What if he's kinda quirky? What if he's kinda quirky? I should make Vegemite. Oh my god, look how he's standing. Girl. I gotta put the suit on him. I'll be watching. Always watching. Thanks, Roz Nero. Terry's? Do you reckon he'll fall in love with Terry? He might fall in love with Terry, Chimes. Okay, I gotta go get the suit. Oh, wait. He can't fall for me. I'm busy that day. But I don't blame him. Is Slenderman's face that long, or did I stuff up Slenderman? Oh, it is. Okay, we're fine. Okay, cool. Slenderman has entered the villa, guys. I'm also starting to get my full playthrough on YouTube. But these won't be heavily edited. They're just if you want the full playthrough or something to put on while you work or something. So I just put the first episode up last night. But yeah, I'm just gonna put the whole thing up so we can always go back and look at it. And then I do want to do an edit where I make it into a reality TV show with all the best bits. But that'll take a bit more time because that will be a lot of editing. But I want to do that. I want to make a video for that. Oh my god, yay! Jose, nice. It's good, like, you can skim through it and like skip the customization if you want. Let's do... Yeah, I want a laugh track. I'm going to make... Let's make a pink Labubu. A pink Laborbor. We kind of have to make the face smaller to fit the ears. This is going to be interesting. I think I've bitten off more than I can chew. Uh-oh. Foxy, what do you mean? I'm interested.
Welcome.
Oh,
We're running
shit.
a special sale today, you know.
Oh, good idea.
Ta-ta for now. Be sure to stop by again this afternoon.
Let me cook. Let me cook. Let me cook. Okay. Yes, chef! Yes, chef! Okay. I think this has to be fully drawn, which is really nerve-wracking. Because we all know this is gonna be bad. We all know this is gonna be bad, okay? Okay. It's a part of the charm. Foxy, are you memeing? Because that's really funny. Because I am. I have been doing that for so long. I think you're memeing. It has to be a meme. That's funny. I'll give you that. It made me laugh. Yay, Parker! All my love to the fam doll. All my bloody love. Huge news. Hold. I'd have you use the black dot eyes and make them really long. Because I want to... kind of want to draw it all. That's okay, Foxy. I thought you were just having a laugh. Because I need it to be condensed. Because the face is small. The face is small, but then it goes up and does ears. Maybe I'll start with just the base first, and then I wish I could use my mouse so bad. I'm telling you guys, oh, thank you guys. If I could use my mouse, things would be so different. I swear. I swear. Okay. Let's just have a bit of a laugh, okay? Let's just... Jake! Hi, doll. How are you? I need this to be a smaller head. When she uses her mouse. Yeah, I make that. Exactly. Jack-o'-lantern incoming. What the hell is that thing? I'm gonna make a Labubu, but wait. Not with this game, Parker. I don't think it's ready yet. Is there a smaller head? Okay. Wait, we should make a Greg pet. I think the hardest thing to make are the ears because I don't have a lot of room up there. I wish you could get more room. Yeah. A Labozo. Leggies! It'll be a Labozo. It will be. And that's okay. Hair for ears. I need 2 up though. I need 2 ears. Although I could just have the... I could have the, space buns. Hey, Leggies! Doggos, what's your idea? I'm just gonna make the shape of the head. Because it's just a little, like... Labozo, what my lesbian cousin called herself for her choices in women. Hi, bitches! Hey! Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to do that. Yes, exactly that. But I feel like the face is here. But you know what? You know what, Doggo? We'll just... Let's trace out the head first. How big do I want the head? Ignore that. Like that, but straight. Ping, how was your weekend? Probably as good as we're gonna get it. Danny! Hello! True, I could do the oval. I could do the circle. Make it easier for myself. But I need... That's for the face, though. Okay, wait. Hello, Danny. How are you, doll? Unless I just do for the full head. The full head's kind of like that. So, full head. If you do the outline one in a slightly darker color and then fill it in with the skin color, looks really good. Really. Can I press? So full head? Oh, Danny. I'm sorry, doll. Hope you feel better, and I hope you get back on the job front horse. I'm good, doll. It's good to see you. Granny! I'm trying to make a Labubu!
I think it's a goose.
I'm trying to make a Labubu! How is your stream? Hello, guys! We're trying to make a Labubu. We're trying. Just let us cook. Let me cook, guys. Hello, girl! Hello, guys! How was your bloody stream, doll? How was it? Outlining my oh god. Thank you for the sub. Outlining my Labubu.
It's hardcore just subscribed. I wanted to make a good Labubu pun, but I can't think of one, so have a Carl Silly.
I'll take it. Woo! Cool, thank you so much for 52. She can't get this out of her head. To be fair, we're playing Overwatch, and when she said that, it made me laugh. I was like, girl, I want to do this as my, but it's not letting me. Or what if I do this instead? Wait. What if I do this instead? Maybe this is what they were talking about. That's too big. Hold. That's way too big. You can just choose to do just the outline of the circle if you're talking about what I said. Oh, okay. I want to do an outline of this as well. Let's do the eyes. It's gonna be a la-boo-boo, a la-poo-poo. Is there a way we can make sure Elmo's mistake and this Labubu can never mate? Wait, but what if they're cute together? What if they're everything and more? What if they're really cute together? This is not going well. But I still have faith. You know the keyring? That would be funny. Oops. Vanessa, hello. I have faith in my Labubu. Will it look awful? Yes. But will we have a great time together? Yes. We're just building it for the time being. Let us build. It's kind of looking over there. But I'll do that. Okay. Once I put the mouth on, I think we're so back. I think it's gonna look good. Just wait. Handy options. God, that's fucked. Wait. Oh, it goes right up. Oh, they go right up. They're like, hey, oh shit. Okay, hold. Okay, I kind of love them. I'm gonna draw a little love heart nose. I don't know if it's meant to be a love heart, but I think it's cute. Oh god. Oh yeah, the angry brows will turn everything. Oh no. I need to put the smooth off. Trepper, hello. Benti, hello. Wait, do we have a stamp? Oh, we do. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. I need to do the... They have blush too. I wonder if I can wait. Now, that looks crazy, but can I put makeup on this thing? Because if I can, that blush is going to look so good. No. Oh. Maybe I can, but I have to put all this behind. Damn. Honestly, I think my nose is decent. It's probably not even a heart, but honestly, it looks pretty close. I think it's the most accurate thing on my thing at the moment. I don't think the nose is the problem. I like my nose. Okay. Ugh. Bexley, why? Isn't it so cute? I might just do... Wait, can I do this? I think that'll look too jagged if I did that, actually. But it could be cool. I don't think I'm gonna do this. I think this is too crazy. I think I'm gonna draw them. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away,
Is the nose a heart? I think it's more of a square.
Ascugia just subscribed. Labauer Bauer, oh shit, what up?
Bow bar. Ask hello. Hannah, I hope you feel better, doll. Sorry to hear that. Ask, thank you for 9 months. La Barb. Okay, I gotta do the thing up here, but I want it to be... Can I do like a darker... I don't know why I chose to do this. This is the hardest thing for me to do. Oops. Because I want it to be like... But I need to paint over. So maybe I'll just do black so you can see it. Or this color? Because how are you meant to see this? Oops. Hey girl. You know what? They have to be ours, you know? Like, why make it perfect when it can be for us? Yeah, who's the Labubu gonna fall in love with? What the hell? Just for a... That's crazy. Well, maybe I can use that to my advantage. And do some colors after. Oh my god, it looks sad. Children's icon then and now. What if we make our Labubu just sad looking and not scary? Oh, it's not that sad looking. It kind of looks like it's seen some things. Alright, I gotta do the teeth. And then I gotta start working on trying to get it furry looking. It looks a bit worried, but aren't we all? Aren't we all a little worried? I am. Alright, let's see if I can... Why, yes. How? Oh, it's kind of connected, those ones. Perfect. Who isn't worried? You know what I mean? Like, yes, I'll admit it. My worries are a little bit less with my medication. But we still have worries. The boo-boos aren't perfect. Thank you for all the follows as well, guys. This is better than my Randall. You have to we have to be reminded of that. Nothing can ever be as bad as Randall. You know? I love him though. Randall's one of my favorites. He's so zesty with his walk. Or the teeth are kind of getting weird. I'm losing space over here, that's why. You know what? That's okay. That's good enough. Good enough for me. Because we still have to do the ears. Yeah, I tried doing that and I was like, oh, but they're not perfect triangles, you know? The smile's imperfect. That's a good idea though. I tried it originally and I was like, ugh. I kind of like the teeth. We do have Charlie now. Wait, yeah, Charlie is kind of the scarier one now. Yeah, I like his little snaggle tooth. I deserve a chip for that. Oh. Okay. It's cute. I think he's gonna have smaller... He'll have smaller... Yeah, the teeths give him some character. Now, as for this... I'll fix it. Oh, maybe I do here. Oh, no, I like this, I think. Because I'm not going to have it. I might do a little off-center because that's kind of cute. And then... Can't wait for Charla Boo Boo Children. I'm trying. It's Andy Cook's collab, and it's like barbecue ribs, but it's really nice. Like anytime I see fancy chips, I'm like, oh, that's gonna be ass. But it's actually decent. Do that, and then I'm gonna do another red. I'm gonna do another pink, not red. Sorry. I want it darker. Hi, M. Laborbo. Oops. And then I'm gonna do... Yeah, like the sausage sizzle. But it was actually really nice. Dun, 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 dun. Kind of like that. Kind of like coming out of the head in its own way. I kind of like him, guys. I kind of like him. He's so cute. Like it's cursed, but it's cute. Okay. I'm gonna get some of... I'm gonna give him like... I'm gonna try and replicate as much as I can.
Lake Titicaca. Hakuna Matatas.
Teaspoon 84 just resubbed for 23 months.
Hello.
Hakuna.
Hello, doll. Hakuna Matatas. Thank you for your subby. Reset camera. I need to get it a little bit. It kind of looks like what I want it to look like. I personally think it's looking really cute. Is it cursed? Well, of course. But I like it. I think they're a vibe. I think they're gonna fall in love. They look fluffy. I like the I know it's crazy, Pudge. Anytime like Randall turns around or Peppa Pig, I'm like, ooh. It's really scary. But I think I will make the body pink. I'll try and get it as cute as I can. You know what? They probably were like, oh, they won't need it. Like, that's just so much work for them. And then everyone's like, no, I want it. Give me that. I love my Labubu. Oh. Bobby, hi doll. I think that's so cute. I wonder if I can do this though. I'm curious. Let's do like a little investigation here. Hold. It might not look good, but we should try. Oh, I meant to do black. Well, it's kind of like a gray. You're my Labubu baby. No, you're my Labubu baby. How are you, baby? And I'm sorry, doll, but also so proud of you. Love the positivity. 6, 7. You got this, doll. More to come. Shut the fuck up. Hey, I made you laugh. Give them the tag. You can put keychain on their head so it's gonna look... Wait! A keychain? Where? How? I need this. I need it to look like it's coming out of the head. It's a clothing item? Oh my god. Okay. That's perfect. Oh, some Tamagotchi doll? Oh, yeah? How's your island going? Oh. Alright, I'm gonna leave it there. I think it looks so cute. Personally, it's cursed. Don't get me wrong, it's so cursed, but I think it's cute. I think it's very cute. Okay, I'm gonna make it... Wait, could I make the head pink? I think I can make the skin pink because... Ooh, wrong one. Because I painted on the thing, so now I can make them pink. Which would be good for when they turn around. Hold. That's slightly less cursed. Okay. I love them, guys! I actually like them a lot. I was really scared going into this, but I think they're actually very cute. Laborbo.
My name is Labubu.
A Labubu. Well, you definitely know... You definitely know what it is. Goob's thoughts? Let's make it have a birthday soon. That's a Lafufu.
My name is Labubu. My name is Labubu. It's nice to meet you.
Ooh.
Today is...
Grace, but I want Barney to fall in love. No, Labubu deserves better than Charlie. Poor Charlie. I love him. He's not going on a killing spree, guys. He's a good guy.
You're Hala, right?
I love
Nice to
him.
meet you. I'm Labubu. I'm an easygoing dreamer. You seem nice. I'm sure we'll get on great.
Wait, they're cute. Maybe he can make Charlie disappear. First of all, let's renovate. I'm a Labubu. I want to put on clothes. Turning into a nightmare. It is a bit of a nightmare in here, I won't lie to you.
My room looks great. Thank you.
Wait, I really like them. I'll be back with your clothes. It looks terrifying, but so cute. Yeah, I really like the Labubu a lot. Okay, I'm just thinking of like Elmo just giving it a shirt and pants. That and make it all fluffy. We'll try to at least. I think that's the vibe. So I think I'll do what I did, although I'm just gonna rush this because I really want to see it in action. And then I think I'm just going to do this, this, and darken. And I think I'm just going to go to town, I think. Because who cares? It's a Labubu. I want the keychain so bad. Hi, Storm! I wonder if I could, I don't know. I love him. No, I know, Hannah. It's ridiculous. I love it. It's letting everyone just let their freak flag fly, you know? It's great. Let everyone live their truth. Oopsies. Gremlin and Megan the robot. Listen. They're really cute and they're gonna find love. You watch. They're gonna fall in love instantly while Fergie still hasn't gotten married. Which I think is a crime. Because Fergie has a lot of love to give. Although she did just reject Pitbull. So I think I missed something there, but I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, the Labubu's gonna go, I hate this. Kill Fergie ASAP.
67.
Labubu. Everything's all good, guys. I'm gonna give them long pants. Chat, hello! I got hello! He's not gonna be under the bed. Guys! They're a good person. I wish. Listen. He's gonna fall in love in a hopeless place. Pussy Island. We need to lock in. Lock the hell in. I wish I could get a bigger thing and bury a body in a hopeless place. What if Slenderman and Labubu get together? In the same break? Oh yeah. Okay.
67.
Okay. Slenderboo. Yeah, what if they get together? You never know. Did Labubu leave their place? No, they're still home. Okay, perfect.
Hello there.
I'm actually really happy with the tag and everything. If I can say that. They're cute! Aww.
Here's a question for you. Would you trade a random memory of me for untold riches?
Depends.
it's just a memory of me eating breakfast, you could probably let that go. I don't think I even remember what I ate this morning.
Hi, Blue. Yippee! All the best, doll. You got this. That's so exciting. Match made in Pussy Island. Ooh, what's happening here? No. Oh, guys. Are they falling over again? Let's leave him be. Let's leave him be.
Ha. Hello. These clothes aren't my cup of tea. Can you give me some threads?
You
that
look
will show
so
the real
good.
me?
No, we're not
Dale.
changing it.
Or should I say, the real me?
Dale.
Ha. I'm hilarious.
I'm hilarious. No, you look great in that.
I do.
No, that's okay,
Well,
Blue.
I guess all I needed was a compliment. Thanks. I'll keep wearing this. Dally.
Dali. Okay. Leaving you.
Hello, Carla. Do you have time for a quick chat? I'd like to ask you something.
What is it? Oh.
I want to try using phrases from your world. Carla, what's a new slang term people have started using in your world?
Oh no. I didn't want to taint Terry. Queef. Wow.
Keith, you're just making stuff up. There's no way anyone actually says that. Although,
Well,
I guess it's kind of fun to say. If you teach me more nonsense like that, maybe it'll become popular on the island too.
nonsense. Terry. No nonsense.
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. We've just received some truly excellent information. Word on the street is that the Island Dictionary, cataloguing all the unique bits of vocab used on Pussy Island, now contains 20 entries. Residents have been heard applauding this state of affairs, saying things like there's so much to say and so little time. And I never knew half these words existed. As a token of their gratitude, island residents have awarded
Thank you,
Carla the
guys.
Silver
Thank
Speech
you so
Bubble
much.
Trophy. Thank you for watching. I'm
Thank you.
Randall, and that was
I
your
needed that.
breaking news.
13 bubbles? What's happened in that time? Jesus and me? The whole family?
Here's a free pearl of wisdom for you all. Sometimes life can be pretty tough. But what I always say is, when life gives you lemons, make
Peking duck.
What?
I know the answer already, but I just thought I'd triple check. I'm, like, really cool,
Ooh,
right?
Terry.
No,
No,
not really.
Ooh.
I don't want to have to say this again. Please make sure to knock before opening the bathroom door.
We'll knock next time. Promise.
I don't think I need to say this.
Mikey, the
but
Cuxtons are going crazy.
we all know I'm the boss of this house, right?
Sure thing, boss. Hey, can we have the day off tomorrow?
Terry needs to move out. What's going on? What the hell? I don't know why he still lives there. How was it, Trace? How was your weekend, guys? We do have one more baby, but everyone hates them. This is Elmo and Tim Curry's baby.
Thank you so much, Carla.
Everyone hates Charlie. When he was born, everyone was genuinely like, "Ugh!" Cherry Tomato, hi Idon. Enjoy the fucking thing. Oh yeah, we should give him a cute outfit.
Can I help you?
Alrighty. Don't worry about it. What's Randall dreaming of? Randall? Oh, Fergie's in there, sorry. Oh, Jesus. My bad. All good. Oh, Terry dropped one, sorry. Damn. Oh, Michael Myers. My bad. Excuse me. Oh. Homer Simpson. Sorry, Randall. Alright, you're all good now. You're all good. Oh, Pitbull. Sorry. Yep, everyone's in there. Alright, your turn. Roz! Oh my god. Wasn't Fergie already in there? What the fuck? Oh no, is this a bug? Jesus again? This has to be a bug. Is this just what he's dreaming of? That's funny, Zol. They've never repeated in a dream before. I've never seen a dream repeat. This is the first time a dream has repeated for me. Usually they just end. Damn.
Huh?
Sure.
Oh, it was just a dream.
Oh, okay. That was my first loop dream. Nice. I was gonna
What
say, I
can
was
do
like,
for you?
oh, I've never had one that keep going before. That's my first. Damn.
Carla.
That's funny.
Right.
I honestly believed
Hey there.
either there was a bug or it was just gonna stop.
I've grown bored
I would have been
with
there
this
for a while.
house. Perhaps a change of
That's funny.
scenery is in order. Should I move somewhere else?
You should stay.
Really?
You're living with your
Thanks
husband.
for your advice. At the risk of sounding sappy, I have to say that Randy Baby is just an amazing person.
You should see what he's dreaming, Toots. Oh, he's awake now. Never mind. He's awake and ready. Oh, sorry, they're not married, but they're together. Oh? Barney, Mum?
Hey, Mummy, did
Oh.
you hear the news about my supple breasts?
Of course I did. But more importantly, did you hear about sack and cheese?
Oh yeah, a while ago. But anyway, we never finished talking about cranking hog crazy style. Let's get back to that.
Huh? Are you thinking of our conversation about gifting subs? Or was that
Girl,
something else?
they live together. They're not married or together yet, though.
Not that one. Well, anyway.
I'm not a zucchini girl, but a lot of people love zucchini. Please tell me Mum just randomly says hentai. Not yet, but I would love that. Slenderman. I forgot about his voice. Iconic. Go on. No, Bobby, but that's on the list. Perfect. Not Les, bro. True. True. $5. Thank you, Slender Man. What if I introduce Slender and Labubu?
I don't think we've met. Right. My name's Labubu.
Mikey, I did. I love them.
That's cooking with some cookbooks for yourself.
Ooh.
Cooking with some cookbooks for good Olga say.
I've only made these two today. Wait, I gotta pee. Let's watch them. I'm gonna keep it on the Labubu while I pee. Then hopefully something happens.
Iced orange juice.
I'll be back.
Slenderman look like again? Sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going.
Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Yes, I'm perfectly fine. It's like Slenderman has this glow around him.
Oh,
How
shoot.
did I never notice his many charms before? Have I fallen in love?
It must be love. It must be love.
So it's love after all. I'm actually in love.
Yes.
I should start thinking up romantic date ideas. Where would Slenderman like to go?
Well.
Listen to people when they talk.
Oh, they're so in love. Great. Oh, God. Yes, Ray. Pretty much.
We've got some good stuff in today.
Alright, so a lot's happening at the moment. I can't keep up. That baby. What if they have no face?
I'm the one who knocks. I want to be friends with Jesus.
Of course you do.
So, what should we talk about?
Girth.
Alright. I'll have a chat with him about Girth.
Give it to me. Pixel, thank you.
Hello, Jesus. Would you like to have a chat about Girth?
Are you serious? I can't go 3 seconds without thinking about Girth.
Of course you can't.
I don't know what's going on, but this has to be fate. If fate has it in store for us to become friends, then we should. Don't want to
Evans, the chat did it.
fate.
Not me, I swear. I think that was pink shirt.
Absolutely. I feel destiny at work here too. Amen. And I've seen enough films to know you shouldn't mess with it. Let's be friends.
Causing a brat error. Yippee! So we've had a baby today. We should have a marriage soon. Oh wait, Steve hasn't asked Terry out yet, right?
Jesus and I both can't stop thinking about Girth.
Right.
Naturally, this has made us friends.
How special. Walter White and I were fated to
Nikki!
become friends.
Same. How are you, doll? I want Terry and Steve to officially be together. I need him to ask her out. Wait, who's gonna fall in love with Peppa Pig?
Steve Irwin.
They want to confess. They're not
Sorry.
together yet.
Terry Owen, is there anyone you fancy right now?
Actually, there is. To tell you the truth.
Oh, where are they getting together? Wait, stop. Oh, Okay, they're not together yet, but they're going to be. Oh. I really hope they do it today. Zoe, hello. I hope they get together today. Oh my god, we need this. What about Peppa Pig?
Anyone up for a workout?
I can't believe Labubu loves Slenderman.
Any gym freaks out there? Come on, don't be shy.
Do I know
God.
Peppa Pig yet?
I don't think we've met, right? My name's Carla.
Thanks, Bobby.
Lovely to meet you, Carla. I'm Peppa Pig. Did you work for that friend? Not too. When getting
I do love...
Okay.
Hello? I do love them a lot. Alright, so I've met Peppa Pig now. Chat wants to play a game. So does Tim Curry. Homer's looking at ants. Walter White and Jesus are relaxing together. I need Slenderman to fall in love with Labubu. Oh my god, Labubu's showering.
Slenderman, good afternoon.
I love the Labubu so much. What about... Oh. Alien Burns is having a great old time. We need Roz and Randall to get married. We need Terry and Steve to be together. What about Jesse Pinkman? Ride it, Gran, ride it! Oh, they're acquaintances. Charlie's still the most cursing on this island. Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? Oh, why is Marge sad? Sid, thank you so much for the watch streak.
Ooh.
How are you,
What's
Dol?
the matter?
What's wrong?
Oh, homie. I was talking to Daddy Pig, but nothing really seemed to get off the ground.
That's okay. You're fine. Wait! It is the 4th. Guys, may the 4th be with you. Oh. Ooh, quickly. Perfect. We should test this out.
Oh, homie. I feel a bit more like myself.
Is it?
Oh my.
Oh, she ate that up. Will it be in her top 3 though? No. All right. Sure thing. I want one more couple to get together before I switch games. I need this. I need this so desperately. We're growing though. We're growing ever so quick. Are they on a date?
What's up, Carla? I had such fun spending time with Steve Irwin. Steve Irwin is such a very intriguing person.
I want them together so bad. You need to confess your love.
Oh, hello. I got to enjoy some time with Terry Owen, whom I adore. I'm so over the moon when I'm with Terry Owen. Crikey.
Damn it.
Any gym freaks out there? Come on, don't be shy.
A math cookbook. I'm getting emotional already.
Thank you for the sub.
Can I tempt anyone with some
Put your ass away, child!
Wait, you should fall in love
Chris
with Alabubu.
Melberger just subscribed. 4 years.
4 years? The fuck? Thanks, dude. How's your day off going? Are you thinking about this game? This is my Labubu. Not my best work, but not my worst work. Randall's my worst work. He fell in love with Slender Man.
Now for a bit of self-love.
Beware a Mimikyu. Oh my god, I will fuck that up so bad.
Huh? I guess everything happens for a reason, after all.
I'm nice to everyone.
Oh. What's Terry doing? Terry needs to find love as well.
So fun.
I gotta listen to yours again. I feel like I haven't noticed it, but they're different. They are very different. Oh, I thought they were wanting to be together. Oh. What the hell? Henry, welcome back. My god. Granny and Gordon Ramsay.
Hey, Granny.
Good afternoon.
You're not my legally appointed guardian.
Ah, yes.
This will definitely come in handy someday. Maybe.
Well, go talk to him, Jesse.
So nice to see you. I actually have a small gift for you. Here,
Okay.
Oh, that's too kind. I couldn't possibly.
Oh,
please, I insist.
No, no. Such an expensive gift would be utterly wasted on me.
Oh, I got it for free, don't worry.
It's a very kind offer, but I'm fine, honestly.
Nonsense.
stop playing with it. Oh my god.
Oh.
Wait, what's wrong with Fergie?
Ooh. I'm feeling a bit out of sorts. Whoa. When I was talking to Mr. 305, I got a little angry.
Well, you did reject him, babe. Pitbull wanted to... She fancies Barney. And Pitbull fancies her.
Whoa. Mr. 305 confessed his feelings for me.
But I think they'd
don't
get
think
on.
we'd get along.
But she
so I
doesn't think
decided
so.
not to go out with him.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, wow.
Wait. Is Gordon Ramsay in love with Barney? What the hell? Okay, Gordon, sure.
Nobody interested.
Me, what are you doing?
Well, more exercise for me. Can I tempt anyone with some group aerobics?
I need a spreadsheet, true.
What was that noise? Ha, must be the wind.
How I walk in real life. I don't know when I'll find love.
I'm feeling a tad miffed. Get to.
Also, Daddy Pig is
Did
just...
you want anything from me? I was chatting with Marge, and now I'm in a bad mood for some reason.
Oh,
Get
leave her
to.
alone. He's been nothing but trouble. Mimi as a person? True. Granny. I'm over him. He's a bloody loser. He's a bloody loser. Does he eat funny yet? Oh, he eats with gusto. A Mimi. A Mimi with the 2 eyes. I don't know why, but he annoys me.
I speak with my out. I speak with a creepy boy. I speak quietly. I speak with a radiant voice.
She doesn't return my calls. Where is she? I think she's in bed again. Oh, Fada.
I feel like I'm getting closer to who I truly am. Get Paul.
Thank you. Okay, so, maybe Alien Burns can help Jesse Pinkman. I can make pets.
Help me, please, Hick.
Bit of this, bit of that, and Bob's your uncle.
Uncles aside, I think that's helping.
Uncles aside. Yay!
Thank you. I was in a bit of a pinch there.
Just racking up some good karma.
Racking up, eh? Perfect. Steve, you need to fall in love. Thanks, Lilac. I love my little alien burns. Mum, what's wrong?
Hello?
Hello?
I'm absolutely ravenous. Starving, darling.
All right.
Oh my.
Yeah, I don't know why there's a portrait of her, but I love it. Ooh, actually.
I speak.
Mum does fart a lot. She'll love this. I'm not even being mean. She would pick this too if she could pick it.
Oh, I feel somewhat different, darling. If you were in a band, what would you want to be?
They're really funny. They sound like a little cartoon.
That checks out.
Oh,
All of us
true,
on the
true. You're right.
island
You're right.
already march to the beat of your drum, Carla.
Carla. Perfect. Alright, Homer's still looking at ants. Oh my god. No comment. That is Mr. Burns.
Quite, indeed.
Tia. Perfect. Aww. Having a great time. Okay, I really want... I really want everything to go down today. I don't want to wait. Sarah! Hi, doll. How are you? Oh, the Dominance Father Zell. Classic. What are they talking about? Pizza at the Plaza Hotel. Bart's sad. Terry. He's shy.
I want to chat with someone. Anyone, always watching.
Fancy seeing you here.
Uh-oh. Can't force it. I want to.
What you doing? Where you're going?
Yeah, Zell, they're really cute.
Tell me.
Yeah, I'm always quiet compared to other people because I scream a lot. But I think also it's been quieter lately in general. I had to turn up someone else's stream the other day. He's such a simp. I love it. Randall and Roz need to get married as well.
Oh, Randy baby.
Rosal. Rubino Dobberdell.
Labubu? More De Niro about it is wild.
Goodbye.
More wishes to grant. I don't really need wishes at the moment. I wonder if they're going to do an update in the future. I know, Sarah. I love it. I love how different everyone's island is. Hi, me.
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news.
Yeah, I have to make Chris as well.
This just in. An exciting new travel
That's funny.
destination has become available.
Should make
as
Melbs
of right
next.
this instant. Travel tickets
Melbs.
for the Central Eastern Europe tour are now available at the Wishing Fountain. Sighs of relief have been heard
Sighs
throughout
of
the island,
relief.
and I'm told a wish has already been added, so someone can leave on a trip immediately.
Immediately.
Thank you for watching. I'm Carla, and that was
should
your
use-
breaking news.
Let me see. But Sham will fall in love with me. That's unfair. Okay, wait. Let me get... either the photo I have with Chris in Japan, and I'll make him looking exactly like that. She-Hulk, yes, I saw that. Greece trip. Zell, that's funny. Okay. Let's... Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Huge photo. I'm gonna use the photo of us from Japan. Huge pic. I wonder if I can make a beanie. Oh wait, there are beanies in stores, I think, at the moment. Wish you could make a custom beanie. I can make a custom top. For sure. Is there a big hoodie? The first one, the first row on the right. Or were you joking it? I don't think there's a hoodie. Mikey real. Oh my god. That is so Chris. That's hilarious. That's funny. I gotta add a neat dude shirt. Speed run. Oh my god, wait, that's so funny. I feel like the beards aren't as good on this. Too long. Too long. Wait, let me get the fringe first. Let me get the back. Little mullet vibe. I wish I could give you the 6 different hoodies. Yeah, what the hell? Well, it's kind of hidden under his thing. You don't really see his hair out of the beanie. Perfect. 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 Well, you don't really see his hair outside the beanie. Unless we just do this for the sake of the beanie. But that's diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Evans, good night, doll. Have a good sleep. Oh, my arms are sore. I didn't even do that. I only did a few pull-ups and it's sore. Unless there's a set that's good, but I don't think so. You got the secret build. My back was sore yesterday, so I went to the gym. I don't know what to do for the front bit. It did actually, Ray. It did. It was funny though, because I went into the gym and I was like, okay, I want to do some pull-ups and do some other stuff. Men be like, all right. And then I did my pull-ups And I was like, alright, that's it. My water bottle? Damn, this is hard. I can't find the top bit. Maybe I'll do that for now. Because it is going to be in a beanie. Which are the eyes? I know exactly what to do with the eyes. And baby blue eyes, eh? Look at those baby blue eyes. Nah. I need the... Well, technically I'm going from this photo. Do I just do beady eyes? I'm joking. No. Yeah, the music's a bop. I don't know what eye shape I want for Chris. I don't know. We could just do normal, but I feel like he's a bit zesty. You know what I mean? Because he's not like you know? But he's cool with it. Let's do him the beard. I don't think any of the beard will work. I think I might have to draw on the beard. Because their beards are kind of like thick as hell. Like they're big beards. You know? What about that damn smile? Granny! Girl! That's so funny. He's kind of cool with it. You know, he's kind of like, yeah, sup. That's so funny. You gotta do the smirk. I just feel like... I think his hair's a little bit lighter. Like a touch lighter, but the browns here aren't that good. With the beanie, the back of the hair is gonna look good. With the beanie. But I don't know about the... I don't know about the beard if I should draw it on myself, but I'm not good at drawing, so I probably shouldn't. You know? Yeah, I think the beard's good. Perfect. I don't know about the eyes. I think they're cool man eyes. For sure. But I don't know if he just looks high. Which also works. You know? I think with the beanie, it would look better. I like the smirk. I like the smirk. Do I make him like baby girl? Oh, Grace, great. Why does he look evil? Wait. Wait. Let bro's eyes twinkle a little bit. Okay, we know that one. No. I think I do like that maybe. I don't know. Cause he's cool with it, you know? He's a cool dude. He's got a little smirk going on. He's got his beard. He'd be into bears is crazy. David. With the beanie on though. What if I can do... Yes. I'm joking. Oh, a nose ring. Shit. Give me that nose. Arcane, hello. Where do I put it? Here? Oh. Draw over. Paint on top. Can't you see it? I cannot see the nose ring. It's still going behind. I think. Wait, let me see. Do I have to go this side for it to work? Oh, maybe only this side works. Because that side's the nose bit. Oh, okay. No, it's not working. The hell? Why not? Can I make a circle? Oops. That's kind of funny. From straight on, that looks good. I mean, that's... No, it looks like he has... Guys, that's a... Ugh, big stretch. That looks like a nose ring. From first glance, right? There's an option where you do the shape until the outline. Oh, I guess I could try that. Wait. Does it allow me to... How do I remove that? Oh, that's nice. Okay. He has a nose ring. He's tall. Wait, I want us to interact with each other. Government name. I'm gonna make us related in the game so we don't fall in love with each other. Because we ain't doing that. I'm gonna make him my brother.
My name is Chris Melberger.
Me burger. Hi, Avo.
My name is Chris Melberger. My name is Chris Melberger.
Me burger. Don't age him. Don't age him. Don't age. Chris as an Aussie is weird. Oh, wait. Shit. Wait.
My name is Chris my name is Chris Melberger.
My name is Chris Melberger. My name is Chris Melberger. My name is Chris Melberger. My name is Chris Melberger. It's nice. My
The
name
accent.
is Chris Melberger.
The
It's
accent.
nice to meet you.
Guys, imagine
Today
if
is
Chris
the 4th
sounded
of
like
May,
that.
2026.
My name is Chris Melberger.
So, how does this voice? My name is Chris Melberger. My name is Chris Melberger. It's nice to meet you. Today is the. My name is Chris Melb. My name is Chris Melberg. My name is Chris. My name is Chris Melberger. It's not. My name is Chris Melberger. It's not. My name is Chris Melberger. My name is Chris Melberger. It's
Oh my
nice.
God.
My name is Chris Melberger.
I'm making him sing. Yes, you're related to me. Movement. Oh, he quick with it. He quick with it. He's direct, but he's not an asshole. You're not flat, but you're not intense. You're relaxed. You're a little quirky. You're a little quirky. Quirky with it. Dating preferences, everyone. I would say Chris is a little quirky because in his normal chill state, he's quirky, but he's not like, you know what I mean? Like, he's still a chill dude, but he's funny. But he's not like, who's this freak? All the time, anyway. Okay, I gotta put his outfit on immediately. Someone's in love! Someone's in love! We have a love bubble! Okay, wait, play it cool, play it cool, play it cool. Okay, wait, let me fix Chris up first.
Hey, nice to meet you, Carla. I'm an energetic, bubbly type.
True.
I can find the fun in anything.
True.
I can't wait to start living here.
All right, let me fit you up. Let me get you fitted. Let me get you fitted to the nines. Oh, he kind of likes the baggy pants now. I'm gonna make custom soon. But for now, we'll just do this. Oh yeah. Yes. Okay, yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, that's sick. He looks good. I like that. The beanie honestly adds it. That's sick. Okay, wait. I want to talk to Chris. Where's me?
This might be my masterpiece.
Let's bring me to Chris because I'm all the way over here. Not Homer. No! Oh,
Nice to
great.
meet you, Doe. My name is Homer.
Don't fall in love with each other, I swear to God.
When knocking Peppa Pig and I could have a beautiful friendship someday.
Sure! Wait, it's gonna be accurate height. Where did he go? Oh, he's running already. Where did he go? Okay. Hey, Chris.
I don't think we've met, right? My
Guys,
name's
us in
Carla.
Japan.
Hey, Carla. The name's Chris Melberger.
Sick.
You
You know what? Yeah, that's true. And then he would go, "What are you saying? You're just saying stuff." Sick. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child!
That's funny.
Page year later just subscribed.
Perfect. Paigey, thank you for 40. How are you, doll? What the hell? Granny's in love. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Bossy Twinks. Sorry, had to get that out of my system.
Fair. So fair, Gran.
You know, even though I've been head over heels in love with Food Lovato, when I think about Gordon Ramsay, I go weak at the knees. Who do you think I'm really in love with?
Gran, are you still here? Who do you want to be in love with? If you don't answer, I'll say Gordon Ramsay. I can't believe Gordon makes her weak at the knees. Oh my god. They might be in a stadium match. To the front desk. Ping exactly. Okay. I think Gran's locked in. I'm gonna pick Gordon. Unless something happens within 5 seconds.
Really? do have feelings for Gordon Ramsay. No, that can't be right. My heart belongs to Pooh Lovato after all. Thank you for helping me realize just how strong my feelings for her are.
What? Girl! And I was! Doggo, I just can't believe what's happening.
People tend to call me gullible. And you know what? I believe them.
Nice one. Alright, play it cool. Okay. Walter White? Roz?
Have you got a few minutes to spare?
What is it, Roz?
I want a photo to remember this day by. I was thinking something
Roz,
funny.
we're busy, babe.
I'll let you pick out a good spot. Always watching.
These people think I'm just this photographer that works for free. What's wrong with Terry? Paige, thank you so much. I love how you came into whatever the hell's going on here.
Ha. Hello. Wouldn't it be marvelous
Yes!
if Big Mike and I lived
He's finally
together?
moving out.
I'm glad you agree. If I lived with Big Mike, how could we spend our days?
Although I will tell you that I am gonna miss him in the Simpsons home.
That sounds great. I'll ask Big Mike how he feels
Yes,
about
you're right.
it.
You're right. That's so funny, actually.
Do you have a second?
Oh, Tez? What's up?
Let's say the two of us moved in together. What's something we could spend our days doing together? Let's say it together on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Joking it.
Joking it.
Tossing.
Ah.
We aren't on the same page at all. Living together would have been a disaster.
Oh, don't be upset. He's a serial killer. Oh my god. At least this is... Remember that time I fucked up the proposal? It could have been worse. But what's wrong? Are you an adult?
What's up,
You're
sugar
still...
tits?
Okay.
I'm feeling a bit wobbly. I think I've been thinking too hard.
Henry.
My head. It's as if there's something rattling inside. Doe.
Let me take a look. What's in your head?
Help me clear my mind.
Amazing.
What a relief. Doe. Thank you.
Enjoy your book of brain teasers. Thank y'all. Okay. I want some love before I switch games. I need more love. I need a wedding or something. We have so many. I need Steve to ask out. Terry. Where's Steve? He could never be Damo, right? Right? Of course not. Come on, something. You can't reject her. Yes.
Terry Owen, you joker, crikey.
Yep. Okay.
everything.
They're not ready, but I want them to be ready. Restaurant. Who wants to play a game? Granny. Oh, Burns alien is stuck. Let's send Labubu. Let's send Labubu over to help.
I don't think we've met. Right. My name's Labubu. Lovely to meet you, Labubu.
Labubu.
I'm Burns Alien.
I'm Burns Alien.
Sorry, keep mine.
Why are they all talking about a slice of ass today? I do like Labubu's voice a lot, actually. Slenderman. Unless I try and get Slenderman to fall in love with Labubu as well. A mutual falling in love. Pico true.
Good afternoon.
Just wanted to talk to you. Pussy tossing and slice of ass is on everyone's minds today. Apparently. New sentence just dropped. Someone's dreaming. What's up, Bart? Oh no, Charlie's here, guys. Ooh. I'm guessing this is a repeat one. Oh. Oh. What the hell?
Huh. Oh, it was just
Oh,
a
we got an
dream.
outfit.
What
Someone
can I do
singing.
for you?
Someone singing a. It sounded like they were saying La Fufu. Fireball. Sunburned Tim Curry.
Hmm. I'm the one who knocks. I'm kind of peckish. Feed me, please.
Okay, King. Let's
Oh
give him something
my.
nice.
When I talked to Jesus about Garth, we both got super into it. Now we've ended up friends.
Not super into it. God, please love each other. Oh, not the oh. I really like my Chris. I'm sorry, I really do. He could be better, but I really like. I think like when I see that with the hat, I'm like, yeah, that's Chris. You know? Pitbull. Guys.
Steve Irwin, my darling donut.
That's crazy.
You're the jam
Guys, I
in
opened up
my
X last night.
universe.
Twitter. And the first thing on my page was
I
an account
love
that I
the
don't
sea.
follow, that I've never interacted with, and it was straight up porn. I'm like, what the fuck is this app, bro? I've never interacted with any of that shit on Twitter, like hand on heart. And I was like, love this app, love this app. I love how every creator doesn't use it anymore though. Like it's really just not a place that streamers use. And even sponsors don't want to use it anymore either. Like, just weird. It's a shame. When it was good, it was great. No, honestly, Ray. Oh, get it, Poot? Get it, girl. No, Trap real. Now it's just even worse.
Hello.
She's gonna take off,
I've been thinking of doing something different with my hair. What do you think, darling?
You look great as it is.
Oh, you think so? I'll leave
Yeah.
it as is then.
Sometimes it has like
darling.
good clips for F1 and stuff like that. And then other times I go on there and I'm like, why am I here? Like, it's just so weird. It's always the same people in the comments too, big weirdos. What What maraca can't she do? I'm so bad. Oh, chat, what do you guys want? We're gonna change your outfit.
Huh? Hello?
So much for the Aussie ban on porn too, because like, how come the silliest of memes are censored, but a dude cranking his honk visibly seen him? Yeah, no, Axel. Oh, he
These
just farted.
clothes aren't my cup of tea.
Real, Axel.
Can you give me some threads that'll show the real me?
Real.
Or should I say, the real me?
Oh, guys, you're so
Ha, ha,
funny.
Ha? I'm hilarious.
The hood will cover you, I think. I'm gonna give you a nice little egg moment. Guys, you created this. I want to give you the frog costume, but I think it's gonna cover chat.
I've been told my farts smell like a bowl of granola.
Guys, what's up with that? What's up? I'll give you frog, but I think it's gonna cover your face. Heads up. Heads up, gang. A nice scarf to cover our mouth. Oh, that's not bad. Alright, there's your outfit. Well, that's crazy because I'm eating granola right now. What? Wait, you like Gordon Ramsay too? What's something we say collectively? Me and y'all.
Nice tits! Yeah! Get that pussy
Nice
out,
tits.
girl. Work for that rent!
Speaking of getting your pussy out,
Get that pussy out, girl. Work for that rent. Nice tits. Thank you. We're so back. Oh, true. I'm gonna keep leveling you up. You can have 1,000,000.
Nice tits.
Nice tits, numbnuts. Thanks, I grew them myself. It works every time.
Nice tits. I love it. That expression pretty much sums up who I am as a person.
Perfect. Give me love. I'm gonna clear this up. What does Randall want? Randall.
You don't fancy a game of latte art quiz?
Oh, I haven't
by
played this
any
one yet.
chance? Do
Okay,
you?
sure. I'm interested.
Here's your first cup. Whose face is this?
Homer. That'd be cute.
Wow, you're pretty good at this.
I'm pretty good at this.
Next up, your second cup. Whose face is this?
He's so zesty. Roz, I think?
I didn't expect any less from you.
Yep.
And finally, the last cup. Whose face is this?
Burns, I think. Guys, we're so bad.
You got them all right.
Because the eyes were like this. What do I get? What do I get?
Congratulations. It's time for your prize.
Give me a big one. A handle. Hi, Soph. How are you, doll? They should be getting married. What are they doing?
Oh,
Randy, baby. Super Scope 6. What's wrong with Bart?
Terry Owen, I'm totally smitten with your energetic greetings.
Did you want anything from me?
Terry Owen, I'm mad about you. I love Terry Owen.
My God.
Terry Owen, I love your...
I love you. Nothing's happening. Being strained? Why is it strained?
Let my
Oh, he's
thoughts
obsessed.
reach you.
Ow. Why does my stomach hurt all of a sudden?
Oh my God! So, congrats, doll. How are you feeling? How is everything? Oh, they're just exercising. Okay, I don't think we're gonna get any love stuff today. Maybe tomorrow. Watching Bart closely. Yeah, we do need to fix our island a little bit. I don't know how I'm gonna fix it, but we need to. Oh my God, Chris is just chilling. Enjoying the sun. That's a vibe. How many people do we have now? Barney is terrifying. Well done. I think he's cute. Wait. 24. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. I think so, Henry, this morning. Was it with the titties? The titty gown? Whoa! They're hanging out.
I wonder what Fergie thinks of me. Really?
Is there a max count? 70, I think. Okay, let's watch Chris quickly. I'm gonna go pee. See what happens. I do want to play some Fazzle DBD before I go. Are you gonna walk around? Okay, cool. He's just standing there acting all cool. Wait. Hopefully nothing crazy happened with Chris. Guys, what do we feel like? I'm gonna have my lunch soon. I realize I prepped lunch for today. So I'm feeling proud of that. I can just heat it up. There's no way I said that 4 years ago. What the hell? Apparently I did. Apparently I did. Let's go prepping queen. Chat has been wild. Chris has been chilling. Tammy, did you nap? How was your nap? Feeling a little bit, sorry if I'm feel out of it. I'm a little bit dizzy today. I'm gonna have some food. And if the dizziness doesn't go away, I might have to do a small one today, which obviously I don't want to, but it's a little bit weird today. Someone needs me. Can someone be in love, please? Who needs me? Is it just Terry? Is Terry watching someone? Randall. Randall. Maybe okay, I have an idea. Maybe I keep the game running and I play some Faz and then I check on them. Because I want a storyline to evolve, but I've chatted them all out, I think. I've been talking to them too much. Maybe a little bit of Faz. He just sat on his porch. He met me. Why doesn't he want to talk to me? Because anyone I get him to meet, they're gonna fall in love with him. Like Barney. Oh, Barney's in love with my mum, though.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Chris Melberger.
Lovely to meet you, Chris Melberger.
So true to himself.
I'm Barney.
I land me city place tonight.
Is it raining or is it just because you have so much drip? Wait.
Barney's sunny though.
Is it raining?
City Wack along.
Oh, it's been raining.
I think we
Yay.
get along really well, Chris Melberger.
It's raining tomorrow too. Oh, I'm happy.
I had a great time with Barney. I couldn't have done it without you, Carla.
I said that? So is that sleepy or not? Like, what's up? Can you please ask Terry out? I want the love bubble to pop up so bad. I'm so obsessed.
Oh, hey, Terry Owen.
Hey, Steve Owen.
Hello, Steve Owen.
Oh,
The sleepiness? Oh, Henry. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit dizzy today. I still feel better than I usually feel, but I do feel a little bit off today, but it's still Shark Week and I can't escape some feeling, so that's probably why I'm a little bit weird today. At least I had the bonus yesterday. I feel less guilty if I do a small one today. I did yesterday. Tomorrow I'm gonna feel like $1 million because I had a really bad sleep. Not last night, the night before. And you know when you're catching up on the bad sleep you had? Oh, they're stretching. Alright, what do you reckon? Should we have them relax for a little bit and I play some Faz? And I'll heat up some food. So I'll have lunch while we Faz up a little bit. Pixel, yeah. I will admit though, this has been the best Shark Week I've had in years. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful for it. It's not as bad as it usually is. It's much better. Thanks, Henry. I'll give you better vibes tomorrow. Tomodachi. Chris, we're friends. And well, we're not friends yet, but you're hanging out with Barney right now. You and Barney are pals. And you're really tall. Obviously. So when we talk, it's ridiculous.
Nobody interested.
Oh!
Hello, Carla. Would you like to have a chat? About Percy Tossin.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
sure.
If someone told you, Carla, I'm going to go Percy Tossin, would you join them?
Absolutely. I love pussy tossing.
Yeah.
I can't stop thinking about it day and night. I really am totally obsessed with pussy tossing.
Valid.
If you'd like, I could talk to you about it non-stop.
Thank you, Chris.
I would like nothing more.
Perfect. We did it. Perfect. Podge, are you sure about that? I'll call him Melbs. What does Chris call me? Bud, pal. Australian fuck. Carla. Carl's. Oh, yeah, true. Carla. Chris, what do you want? Do you want Carl's or Carla? Australian fuck.
Melts. Good afternoon.
The way I'm looking up. Jesus. I feel like you either pick Australian fuck or Carl's. Carla.
Australian fuck. Good afternoon.
Welcome to the BBC. Up next, Peppa Pig's dad gets porked. Find out tonight, will he become Daddy's favourite?
Hello?
X6L88 has gifted 25
X6?
subs. Naughty
I don't
boy.
even say your name. What the hell? What is that for? Hello? Thank you so much. What on earth? Thank you. No, don't worry about that. What? Thank you so much. Hello? That's really kind. Jesus. If you got a gifted sub, can you please say thank you? Please. Please say thanks. They want to be Daddy's favorite. You poor thing. You're like, oh, I'm going to gift this Australian fuck some subs. Oh, weird. That's a weird alert. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jesus. Didn't even have my headset on.
That Australian fuck and I have bonded over pussy tossing. Now we've become friends.
Of course.
Oh my
Melts
god.
and I are both really into pussy tossing. That automatically makes us friends.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Oh my god. Thank you so much. And for the follows as well. You and me at the airport. Hey. What's going on? Thank you so much. You and me at the airport talking about pussy tossing. Thank you so much, Eggs. What the hell? That's really nice. I really, really appreciate that so much. Oh my god. Chris and I are going on a walk. Honestly, this is Chris and I in Japan. This is what people saw from behind. Crazy. Thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you for the subbies. That's huge. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh. They're watching television and their stinky ass child is in bed. The red fuck. Poot Lovato. X, are you playing Tamagotchi at the moment? What are you playing? The Laborobo. Not the level 6 hype train purely funded by X. Oh my god, thank you guys. Well, thank you X, I should say. I appreciate it. They did, and it's foul, Chris. It's foul, I'll show you. That's it. It's just a red Tim Curry. It's so bad. Everyone hates him. What is that? Yeah, they wanted me to kick him off the island. Christine! Pussy tossing! Pussy tossing! I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Thank you so much! What the hell's going on?
Christine Gaming has gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
What is going on? I need you to calm down. Please. Thank you so much, Christine. Please thank the gifters if you got a subby. And refresh because you have ad-free viewing. Oh, look at this spawn. Ugh. Ooh. I don't have a discount, right? Do we still have a discount? Is that bugs?
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Cash Smash Meow just
He's a tomato.
subscribed.
He is.
Hello, doll.
Don't throw a tomato at him. Nah, he is. Cash, thank you so much for 14. Welcome back
This is
in.
a ludicrous number of spoons for one.
You know what? I really bloody appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. Oh, there's so much going on. Terry Owen. It's not love though, but maybe she's thinking about Steve.
Hello, Carla.
Oh shit. Downloaded that the other day. I've always wanted to play that. Ooh. Hell yeah.
Just once, I want someone to unironically tell me I'm so edgy, or that I look like I have a wild side. Could you get me some clothes that make me look edgy instead of square?
You were not square. You look great.
Great. Nobody's ever called me great before.
Yes, well I
guess
am.
I'll keep wearing this.
Oh. Henry got it. I know. Wait, Trip, are you going to bed?
Between you and me,
Sweet
I'm
dreams
really
if you
not a
are.
morning person.
Okay, I really need them. Can you do... Shan wants to see. My pizza? You mean the impression? Have you seen my pizza alert, Chris? It's terrible. Let's have a pig. And a pizza! From the Plaza Hotel. I've arranged transportation to take you home. A limousine. And for breakfast, a pizza. Tell me what? Grafton. No Evie, great. I don't want to talk to them. I want love. Great. Is Terry still upset? Okay. Slenderman. Sure, sure. Wait, has Shan been playing? Did we finish Pocopia, right?
Please come again.
Holy shit! That's 437 bits!
Henry. Oh my god. Thank you. Oh, that's so loud every time. I'm so sorry, guys. Everyone hates meth, I think. Oh, he loved meth. Oh, that's good news. Perfect. Thanks, Henry. Chris joined voice chat? Thank you again for this hype train. Every gifted sub, every bit, the resub. I appreciate it, guys. That was out of nowhere. Very, very kind. He would like meth. Of course he would. Oh my god. Please.
The sea goes on forever.
Forever?
The sea. The sea. The sea. I sure love the sea.
Say the line.
I love the sea.
Oh, hey, me.
The sea.
Get a pussy out,
It's
go
so
work it.
blue.
They said the line. Okay. Thank you for the hype train, guys. That's lovely. I appreciate it. What's Poot thinking about? Oh. Sure. Sure thing.
Are you seeing this, J baby?
Is she in love with Jesus? I thought she was in love with Grant. Okay, sure, sure. Who's Chris gonna fall in love with?
Pop. Hey. Nice to meet you. I'm Chris Melberger.
Lovely to meet you, Chris Melberger. I'm Burns Alien.
Titty like food.
Forcing Chris and Shan to be married is my goal in life. Oh, Chris.
Funnier than you look, Chris Melberger.
Talking about tit. Like-minded. What if they become enemies?
Thanks to you.
Wait, can you have enemies?
Ian and I are really hitting it off.
Sure. Sure. I'm not sure. I wish I could make... Oh. Sure, sure.
Sure, sure.
Wait, I want to see something. Oh.
Thank you. Saying that really makes me feel more like myself. Sure, sure.
Sure, sure. Okay, wait. Is a rugby tee the same in the when you make a shirt? Does it give you the option? Because I could make the rugby tee. Okay, that might be an off-stream thing. So I could make the rugby tee. with the colors. Oh, you can make a whole beanie? Oh, that's sick. I can make a full neat dude fit. Nice. Does anyone want to fall in love before I go to Faz, or any lovers? Do you want to confess feelings? Oh, she's staring at Steve, I think. Poe!
Ha.
Come on, I
That
need
curve.
this.
Wow. I really can't get Steve Owen out of my head.
Oh. Oh, that makes me kind of sad. The sky, I didn't even think of that. Oh, shit. Damn it. Damn it. Great. Oh. Maybe Chris and chat should hang out.
Whoa.
Were they talking about a... I think they're just talking about a juicy gooch.
Hoi. Hey. Nice to meet you. Sure.
Sure,
I'm Chris
sure.
Melberger.
Hey, Chris Melberger. The name's Chat.
Guys, you're getting acquainted.
I'll go and roast it for tomorrow. Can I pray?
Excuse me?
Juicy as hell. Night too. Sure.
Sure, sure.
That was really fun.
I'm sure it was.
Thank you so much. Sure.
I wonder if I can...
Hello.
I wonder if putting the grammar in would help it slow it down a bit. What's this music?
Sure.
Ha! That's funny. Sure. What is Bart wearing? What the fuck?
What did I have for dinner last night?
I mean, it works for that one episode. But what the hell? Burns alien.
Chris.
Ignore that.
Hello. My look is lacking
No, it's
something.
not.
Could you give me an accessory that matches this outfit?
Don't worry about it. I'll give them an accessory. I'll give you a name badge. Don't ignore that. It's my fave. Bartlett Simpson. That's a pet, Nikki. I swear.
I want to be the best on Pussy Island at something. Doesn't matter what.
At something. Poot Lovato. What's Poot want?
Hello. I've reached my limit. I want to break up with J Baby.
They were together? I forgot about that. Our first breakup. I've
I'll
never
go and
seen this
talk to him
before.
now.
I've never seen a breakup.
So yesterday, I made some pack of dots, but there was loads left over, so I took some over to the neighbors.
This is exhausting. Let's just break up.
Oh no. Oh God. Why are you sad? You did it.
I'm single again. I should be happy. So why do I feel so sad?
Poot. Oh my God. That's the first time I've seen that before. Hi, Josh. How are you? Oh, God. How's Jesus going? Oh, God. Jesus is gonna be fine.
What's up? I'd like to get Sesame Street together to express our appreciation to Daddy. What should we say? Delete me. Let's do this. Daddy, we have something we want to say to you. Huh? This seems out of the blue. Delete me. Delete me.
Not the joint.
Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, God.
Wow.
His dad hates
really
me.
meant
My dad
a lot
hates
to me.
me. Gets on okay? Oh, okay. Yeah, nice. Thanks. Great. What a family. What a bloody family.
Welcome. Thanks for shopping with us.
That is Elmo
Please
Eric.
come again.
He married Tim Curry.
Welcome.
Oh, that can be for my Bob Ross.
Cheers. See you later. Make sure to stop by again tonight.
Thank you, Gordon Ramsay. Can someone have a love segment? I really need this.
I really can't get enough of this game.
Oh, Chat and Chris are getting along really good. Terry's alone. Is that a bag of meth? Shit, fuck. Terry, intervene. Well, yes. Hi, Schload.
So these were the chef's recommendations. They're totally different dishes, though.
Well, I know which one I've got my eyes on. Crikey.
Same.
Okay. On my signal, let's both point to the one we want.
Oh no. Hi, Emerald. Okay, he's gonna do math and she's gonna do tit. Both math!
Cran, Billy Paylanti, Len Therapy
That's crazy. Oh my god. They both wanted the math.
Hello.
Walter has customers. Wow.
Welcome.
Thanks for shopping with us.
That milk is sus. Why?
Oh my.
You like Eddies now. That's I gotta get you edibles. Sorry. Keep going, Chris. My bad. I should know you better. Labubu's fallen over. We need to get Slenderman to help Labubu because Labubu loves Slenderman.
Sorry, do you mind giving me a hand?
Did you eat the joint? Yes. Oh, golly! X! Yeah! Wanna be my lover? What the hell?
X6L88 has gifted 10
Thank you
subs.
so much. What on earth? Guys, please thank X if you got a sub. What are you doing? Oh my god. I really appreciate that. What's that for? Thank you. Mamma mia. I'm evil. I'm evil. Well, someone's at my door. That scared me. If this is evil, then I don't even know what to say. Thank you so much. Seriously. My door moved. Great. Great. Gifted subs are breaking in right now. But seriously, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Does Chat and Granny like each other? I think so. Let me see.
Oh, hey, chat.
Oh, they're acquaintances.
Good afternoon, Granny.
Join in the chat. Join them.
Horrific mind, Trafalgar.
They're acquaintances. I'm just chilling.
Come on, guys. Exercise with me.
With me. Wait, are we friends? Gran and I are friends, right? No, don't follow Gran. You should talk to them. Gran, turn that ass around.
Granny. Hey, doll.
Exercise with me.
I know. Tamper with me.
Hey there.
Fat sack. Hey, doll.
What the hell? Oh, is Jesus still sad? I gotta take Jesus on a trip because he deserves better. I can't believe they broke up with him. No, Chaos, you heard wrong. You heard wrong. Let's go to Western Europe. Jesus needs this, guys. Tea. Hi, Stags. How are you, doll?
Oh, a Western Europe tour ticket. Are you really giving this to me?
Yes, Jesus.
Thank you. A change of scenery could help me take my mind off things.
I've got you, Jesus.
Well, here I go. Bye. Amen.
Amen.
This fairy tale town.
We
is
love you,
reminiscent
J
of
Money.
Death Lover. Smile for the camera.
Oh my God, Slay King.
Romantic and pointy. This is the Eiffel Tower in France. Smile for the camera.
Yes.
We're floating down the canals of Venice, Italy. Amen.
Amen.
Smile for the camera.
Hi, Keanu. Ooh. The only tip I've seen, which you probably are doing, is to put a lot of seasoning on it before you put them together. I usually get patties that have already been smashed, if you will, because I don't. Although it would be nice. Brawlers, I think
Going on that trip.
he's
this one is
single
fun.
now.
I
Wait, who
feel
loves
so much
Jesus?
better now. Amen.
Doesn't someone love Jesus?
Hey, I brought you a souvenir.
Henry
Amen.
with pleasure, Joel. Is it a baguette? Oh, a cheese board. Yeah, all about the seasonings. Oh, he's on the market, guys.
I'm feeling better now. Amen.
A charcuterie board. Let me in, I'll marry the man. You can smash my beef anytime. Tammy, that face. Twink on twink. Wait, should Peppa Pig fall in love with Jesus? Oh, you know who would make a good couple? Wait. Burns Alien and Jesus would be such a good couple. Speak for yourself.
I don't think we've met. Right. My name's Burns Alien. So you're Burns Alien.
The Tutters is
I'm
so
Jesus.
funny.
Amen.
But like Tammy loves this Jesus though. You know? This Jesus is zesty.
Well, Salmon Chiprenary. Is that Dorothy Rich?
I can't believe she broke up with him. That's crazy.
Amen. Shall I down? That good's juicy. Wanted food to be. We make a good team. Burns Alien. Amen.
Wait, they like each other. Wholesome.
Amen.
Gazes, if you will. Alright, we'll switch. I gotta heat up my food. We have to hunt some ghosts. Wait, is Jesse and... Oh, Chris and I are out to lunch. Oh, that's so funny.
Sure. So in fact, Colin and Zoom to the sun. Shall I delete me? One piece with to D. Sure. Shall I eat cheated on you fuck? One piece with
Wait, I love how they're naturally getting lunch together. That's really cute.
Ethan, Nutty.
And we're talking about gifting subs. Perfect.
So in fact, Colin and
Perfect,
Zoom
Chris.
to
Come
the
in.
sun.
Bring it in.
Shall I delete me?
Poot is acting dramatic as hell. Gifting subs, you say? That's funny. Steve Owen is bored. Can you ask out your wife already? Charlie is out is so funny. I love how everyone collectively hates Charlie. Where's Terry? Tammy. Also, did you get a raise? That's the most important thing. Congrats, doll. You deserve it. You bloody deserve everything. An annual one? Yeah! That's my goat. As you should. Saving lives, priceless. And I've been saying that. Because the hospital is cheap. Can you tell them to stop being cheap? You deserve a huge one. That sounds so crazy out of context. Wait, where's Hold. Happy Nurses Week!
Today we'll settle things once and for all. Crikey. With a treasure face off.
Oh no.
Face off.
Off.
Oh, bad combo.
It's a tie.
10 years! Holy shit. I love how you just showed her the photo of herself. Henry Real. 10 years is amazing. Oh my god. Okay, I don't think anyone's falling in love. Damn it. I wanted love. Should I switch to Fazarino?
Well, a total stranger.
Homer is chasing Terry, their best friends. Are we talking about something?
Why do you have to be so fast?
I want to chat with someone.
Oh my god, not Charlie and Chris walking.
Nobody interested. Well, more exercise for me.
So what's the weekly? Is the weekly literally just no evidence? Because I'm not good at that. Get him off my screen!
Sea. I love the sea.
What?
Ow. Hot, hot, hot.
Ahoy, yeah.
That little blood clot
love
freak
the
is
sea.
growing on me. Blood clot freak. He's lowering the value of the island.
What can I do for you?
Wait, I want to see something.
How do you do?
Daddy.
I wasn't looking for that. What do you mean? Why would I delete their child? That's cruel. Terry's having a dream. I love him. Oh?
Did you call?
That's actually terrifying. Dale.
Huh. Why are all my dreams so weird lately?
He was stomping.
What can I do for you? I asked Big Mike about living together, but it didn't work out somehow.
That's okay. You can still live with the Simpsons, you freak. Oh, what's Homer thinking about? Homie.
Hello. Welcome to the home of the Cuxons. I just can't get Sweetie out of my mind. Could you give me some clothes that will make her like me more? Doe.
You look great.
I do. Well, I guess all I needed was a compliment. Thanks. I'll keep
You're
wearing
married
this,
with a
Doe.
child. They're socks. Yeah, true. Oh my god, cute sleep. Flips out when angry. Oh, he does flip out, technically. I gotta reheat my food. Gotta have me lunch.
I feel like I'm getting closer to who I truly am. Doe.
Okay. Let me put the camera on someone outside while I'm heating that up. And then we do have to switch to... Because I don't want to... Oh, it's already 4 hours already. Holy shit. So I'll play a couple hours of Faz and then... I shall get off. Why are they all together?
So in fact,
Not Chris being the tallest one. Okay, let's...
Well, salmon chickenary. Is that Dorothy bitch? Shall I keep 40
Let's follow Chris. I'm just gonna put my stuff in the microwave. What the hell?
Sing me the Runcha, Content, Simping through Entium, Chancery Bamboo.
Here are today's uplifting messages. Hard work pays off in the end. Can I tempt anyone with some group aerobics?
I love you.
Anyone? Every cloud has a silver lining.
Slenderman, I love you.
I sure wish someone would join me.
Slenderman, I'm mad about you.
Every difficulty is an opportunity in disguise. Well, more exercise for me.
Slenderman, I'm mad about you.
No takers.
I love Slenderman.
Laughter is the best medicine.
Slenderman, I love you.
A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
I love you. I love Slenderman.
What is he doing?
Slenderman, I love you. I love Slenderman.
Life is beautiful.
I love
Oh, good for
Slenderman.
you. I'm glad you think so.
Slenderman. Slenderman, I'm mad about you.
Who? Oh, Slenderman. I have some, like a beef stir fry thing with some rice. Real nice. Steve Irwin. It's not love though.
Ha. Hello. Wouldn't it be marvelous if Terry Owen and I lived together?
Yes.
Crikey.
Yes.
I'm glad you agree. If I lived with Terry Owen, how could we spend our days?
Mm. Should I... Having sex? But should I, yeah, like protecting animals or something? Hmm. They're the only people I'm not being foul with. I know.
Saving animals.
Guys, watch this. Terry's gonna say jork in it. And then I'm gonna be like...
That sounds great. I'll ask Terry Owen how she feels about it. Crikey.
Come on. Come on, Terry.
There's something I'd like to ask you.
Steve Irwin. What's got you looking so serious?
Let's say the two of us moved in together. What's something we could spend our days doing together? Let's say it together on 3. 1, 2, 3. Saving animals.
Well, we're really on the same wavelength. This must be fate.
Yes!
Together.
They're living together! Oh, yeah.
This is going to be absolutely fabulous. Crikey.
Ooh. Hello? Jesus?
We interrupt your day to bring you this breaking news. We're just receiving some information that is bound to surprise. A parrot with unusually strong psychic powers has informed us that Steve Owen and Terry Owen, who are moving in together, are actually partners in the world Carla comes from. When asked for comment, the two of them told us, yeah, we kind of had a feeling that might be the case. They went on to add, will we get married in this world too?
Oh my goodness.
Maybe not. We'll leave that to fate. Thank you for watching.
Wait!
I'm Jesus, and that was your
That's
breaking
cute!
news.
Thanks so much for everything, Carla. Crikey. Our houses are a tad on the
Oh
cramped
my
side.
god, that's
We should build
adorable!
a larger house. Crikey.
What the hell? That's so cute!
I'm sure we'll have tons of fun living in this house together.
I'm gonna call it Australia
Crikey.
Zoo.
By the way, do you have any good ideas for a nickname to describe us as a group?
Or the Irwins. So, here's what I think happened. I forgot about this. When I made Terry after Steve, you can put in relationship. You know, like sibling of, spouse of. So I did that. And they still have to fall in love in game, but now I'm understanding that that relationship thing, when you create a character, is talking about the real world. So that's how we got that cutscene, but I didn't think we would get a cutscene at all. So that's really cute. Very, very cute. Yeah. It's adorable.
The Owens.
No! Gothic.
Everyone calls us the Owens. Then we shall be henceforth known as the Owens.
As the Owens.
Thanks for the wonderful group nickname. Crikey. Woohoo. Go the Owens. Thanks again for everything. You're the best divine being on the
Not
island.
the paparazzi.
Pronto, Cortati.
Very well.
I really stepped out
Oh
my
my god, they're living together. Paparazzi vibe. Yeah, Gothic. I think so. Now what I realize is I think that's just the real world, so they can do cutscenes like that. Okay, we should get a few proposals tomorrow, I think. Labubu?
Hello. I'm feeling a bit wobbly. I think I've been thinking too hard. My head. It's as if there's something rattling inside. Help me clear my mind.
Oh my god, so many nuts. Hello?
What a relief.
Peanuts.
Thank you.
Peanuts. Thank you for the peanuts. That's real nice. Okay, unless a love bubble pops up immediately, I will call it there. Chad and Elmo. At least we got them to move in together. That's huge. Why is she so sad? She broke up with her. I really like the Chris I created. I actually really, at first I was like, oh, I've done pretty bad, but no, I like him a lot. It's definitely Chris. Okay, any proposals before I go, guys? Because I'm gonna go. I'm gonna play Faz.
Come on, guys. Exercise with me. Any gym freaks out.
She needs to fall in love with Pitbull.
Tongue twister time.
Oh.
Red ice latte. Yellow ice latte. Red ice latte. Yellow ice latte. Red ice latte. Yellow ice latte.
She doesn't care.
Red ice latte. Yellow ice latte. Red ice latte. Yellow ice latte. Red ice latte. Yellow ice latte.
Oh my god. Fergie just... We need to find Pitbull someone else. She just doesn't care. And it breaks my heart. I know. Pitbull, check this out. Barney Stark, help him up. No, I said check this out. You need to move on.
Is everything all right here?
Oh, please help me.
You need to move on.
Bish bash bosh. And jobs are good and...
Wow! You did a bang up job.
Oh! Other way round!
I feel all mixed up. I thought I liked Mummy, but now I also seem to have these strange feelings for Pitbull. Who do you think I really like?
Well, here's the thing. I can pick Pitbull all I want, but if he really loves Mum, he'll go with Mum anyway.
It's like my love for Mummy is fading away. I think I fancy
Mum wasn't
picking
interested in Barney
her.
anyway. Mum couldn't care less. Mumney has been cancelled, not Mumney. All these bubbles. Sorry, it's not you, it's me. Okay. Let's call it before I get too into it. We'll probably get Steve and Terry Irwin falling in love tomorrow, I think. Well, not they're already in love, but making it official. And when's Roz and Randall's wedding? Ghosty time. When's their wedding? What the hell? They're taking forever. They're a slow burn. Oh, what's this? In sync. Oh. Puzzle game. Henry! Wait, when's Road Trip coming out? Guys, there's a Road Trip thing coming out where you can just drive normal cars and truck sim. I can't wait. I'm going to be playing the shit out of that. I'm going to be playing... We're going to go on a road trip, guys. So excited. Does it give us a... Does it give us anything? Upcoming. Okay. Hell yes. I can't wait. We're going to be driving. We need this. Did I miss the baby? Seabeats, I was at the start of stream, but a lot of people hate the baby because they're cursed. So maybe you would hate the baby too. Morgan, hello. How are you, doll? I love him. Tammy is really lovely and loves the baby. But a lot of people want me to delete it. So yeah. More accurate. That's so funny. I'm gonna everyone Lil Faz Cat. Baby's a freak. Bebe? I love Ray calling the baby a freak. I don't know why that's so funny to me. Thank you, Ray, my goat. Why is Hoyt's giving me a notification? Okay. Let me see something. Wait. That's ridiculous. Not one evidence? No. But they'll step in salt, right? Hi, Noah. How are you, doll? Hello, hello. What if it's a wraith? That'll be perfect. Get some free popcorn. I want to do some evidence ones. I wonder if we could do this quick. Because these always take so long. What's the farmhouse? That one. How do I get back? Oh my god, Striker! How's your day going? Am I echoing in the bathroom?
There's some jobs ready for you.
Turn me up. Ow, my penis! Ah! My penis is cut in the zipper. Ah, can someone help me free my penis? I'm in this cubicle. Come help me. Help! Help! Let me know if that gets you a new friend. Noah, that sounds much more lovely than what I just did.
I've gathered a list of other hunters asking for help.
Morgan, stop. Morgan, like, this fucking bitch. Shut up. Like, what the hell? A special guest visiting? Oh my god, yay. Ooh. Jeffy, do you want to jump in, doll? They're probably locked into work going, can this girl shut up? No. No. I'm just gonna die, Tabby.
Hello.
This is not a good idea.
You don't lose anything on challenge mode though, if you
True.
do die.
True, good point.
Hey, let me. Oh, I'll wear this for it.
Oh wait, isn't the cosmetics coming out tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so.
Striker, I know. You're my goat. Grace, I've been thinking about this at night. Like, I'll be doing my chores going, oh, I just want to go into one of the houses and hunt a ghost. And then I try and I get scared. Trying to cruise? Oh, no. Oh, no. We get Oh.
Hi.
Oh, we get things where they just won't do anything? Keith. Okay, that rules out too.
I had to make sure we didn't have a blood moon.
Wouldn't we technically get orbs if it's a mimic?
We would, yep.
And salt? Okay. Oh, a sprint. Whee! Oh, wait, I gotta put this in. Oh. Damn it.
Oh yeah, it's the camera this time.
I get so used to it. Help! I think it's a ghost in a house with a candlestick. You got server muted on that outburst. I'm so sorry. I knew you would. I knew you would. Keith! Oh, this is fun.
I should have grabbed a light.
Yeah, true. Keith, sweetie. Ooh, this is a fun house.
Oh, yeah,
Hi,
this is
Naughty.
creepy. Have you done this one?
I thought I had, but apparently not.
I was wondering, because it looked like it might have been your first time loading into it.
Yeah, I thought I had, but... Ooh, that's satisfying.
This is the new Grafton farmhouse.
Oh. We've done the same thing. You get me. Ooh. Damn.
Yeah, there's a rubber ducky in the tub.
Cute. in the tub of blood. Lovely. So how do we find the ghost room if our breath is cold?
I have the thermo. The ghost room will still be colder than the rest of the house.
Oh. We're trying no evidence, guys.
It'll still do like interactions and stuff, so you might get EMF as well.
I suck at this. Tammy doesn't.
I think it's downstairs somewhere. Actually.
No, Eric, it's definitely super
There's a
dark.
hiding spot
You're fine, doll.
up here though. It's like a wardrobe kind of thing.
Oh.
Wait, is it?
This is creepy. I want to do this house with evidence.
I'm just making sure the power doesn't get kicked off.
You right. You right.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything cold up here, so I think it's downstairs.
This is fun. I don't think it beats my favorite Tanglewood, but it is really cool. Oh, here. Right here. Breath.
Oh, yeah, it's out here. It's in this room. This is a very big room, unfortunately. For the first one. Ooh, just open that door. Alright. I'm gonna get another cruci and some candles.
Okay.
I might leave this here for a sec. I'll set up. Maybe I'll set the other one up over here. But we're gonna get 3 candles, or I just need 2 actually, to test to Onryo.
All right. What if it's a wraith because it's not going to step in the salt? Hi, Cass. How are you, doll? Hello. Oh, okay, so it's not a wraith. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. I don't think it's a shade either. Not a wraith.
1 down.
Or Banshee or Diane.
I might put these.
Winter, hello. Or not hello. Good night, doll. Thank you for hanging today. What a rat. No. Have a good sleep. There's a hiding spot. Back here.
Is it even doing anything? Oh, okay, it's not a Galu, probably. I just blew both of these out.
Ooh.
So, once a Galoo steps in the salt one time, it becomes enraged. And an enraged Galoo won't step in salt again.
Okay. As you should? What flave?
We have a video cam.
Yes.
Let me just turn this off real quick. Did you see anything?
Ooh. No, let me have one lick. I need this. Fuck.
It's probably not a year.
I miss Les.
Making sure it's still here.
Ooh. What my pal said.
Let's check our average sanity also.
Okay. I've already got that. Whoopsie.
Oh, we're below 50.
Great. Crucifix just went off.
Okay, wait. Okay, probably not a shade then.
I've ruled out. I've ruled out shade.
Yeah. Did it blow? Oh wait, did it blow the candle out first?
I don't think so, but I could be wrong. Tammy, no! Oh no! Did that give you any clue? Oh shit! Oh no, Tammy's dead. Why is the hunt extended? I don't know. Oh no! We gotta play evidence, Tammy. We gotta do evidence. Cause I can't get this. Oh no! Oh no, we're screwed. Oh, Tammy died. Oh, shoot. It's an Onryo. It's probably a Jinn. Fuck! Guys!
I've got some jobs ready for you.
I heard you say on stream it's probably a Jinn.
Because when you don't know, it's always a Jinn. It's always a fucking Jinn. Tammy, we have to do some... We have to do evidence.
Hello. Keto.
What?
Hello.
Hi! What are you doing here, bitch?
Hi.
Oh my god! Hey!
I've come to haunt you, girl.
Oh,
Okay.
bitch! Oh my god! This is so
Special
random!
guest.
Oh my god! Did you finish work early? What's the time?
I'm going down to the
Oh,
club, but I'm
it's-
pussy tossing.
Labor Day.
Oh! Hey! Thank you.
X6L88 has gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
Oh my god. Thank you so much for all the support. Have a beautiful sleep. It was very, very kind of you. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, pause on the note, Evie. Let's go to the farmhouse. Let's fuck it up. Yeah. Oh wait, I gotta put my shit in for you. Hold. Thank you so much, X.
Actually.
Super, super kind of you. I really appreciate it.
Okay, I fixed it.
Yippee! Okay.
Jin, I'm glad. Jin would have taken ages to figure out.
Yeah, that's
Probably.
ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go. Thank you, Mike, for thanking X as well. Huge.
My guy.
Oh my God,
Huge.
look, lights.
Yippee! Evie.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay.
What's that haunting sound out there?
Great.
Oh. I'm gonna fucking die. I can sense it.
No, don't say that. You're so sexy.
Oh.
Oh.
I'll die spread.
Spread. Axel, yes. Keto surprised me. I didn't know they were joining. Labor Day. I'm gonna keep it here.
This house is.
Bones in this room here.
Oh. Nice.
Oh, you haven't even been in this room yet, have you?
Oh. Oh. Oh, yes. Well, that's fun. That's creepy as hell.
Every ghost or every horror game needs mannequins.
Yep. That scared the bejeebus out of me, but I'm loving it. Is Keto alive?
Keto found music box upstairs.
Huge. I think it's upstairs. Let's go. Any sounds? Ooh, nice. Okay. I wonder if I can kill Keto with this. Karma! 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 Karma's a bitch! We should have known better! My bad. I would love to, Cass. I would love to. Whoopsies. good. Thank you for the Jojo. I forgot I had that emote, man. And while I'm not on mic and they're still alive, thank you so much for today, guys. All the subs and the bits and the lurks and the yaps. I really, 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 really appreciate it. I'm feeling very lucky. Tomorrow I'm gonna see how I feel when I wake up, because I either want to do... I will do some Tamagotchi at some point, but I either want to try some simulator DLCs, or I'll do some Red Dead before I go into other things, but I'll see. I am going to do Red Dead no matter what this week. I just don't know when. Ooh, ghost riding.
Ghost riding.
Thank you, Henry. My gods. When you and Chris would play Got Me Through My First Trimester has a special place in my heart. That was honestly, like, such a good time. That was iconic. I love that. Little yap time while I'm dead. But yeah, today's been really fun. Sorry I'm low energy today, but we're gonna go crazy tomorrow.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, Suck Up Bingo was sick. I'd definitely do that again with him. Such a good time. I shouldn't have done the box. That was my bad. I was feeling a little bit naughty. Suck Up rap battles. Oh god. Everything.
You okay, girl? Oh, get back up, girl.
Hi.
Well.
That was so fast.
What the hell?
I wonder if it's a Moroi.
Oh my god. Tabby's dead! Oh shit. I'm gonna put Sprint back on. For a laugh, I think.
If you wanna.
I know you're so used to it, but I want to zoom.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that music box. That was very silly of me. That was very silly. Guys, by the way, I'm really excited for my night stream this week because whatever day I do it, I'm going to just start a bit later the next day and just
What? I
sleep.
think it is a Moroi.
So I'll be able to go as late as I want and just stay on. So I'm very excited. Either tomorrow night I'll do it or... Oh! Or the next day. Oh shit. Should we lock in Moroi?
Oh. Oh, did Keto close that or did the ghost?
I think the ghost.
Oh my fucking god. My hemorrhoids.
The spirit box ghost riding. I didn't see orbs.
Yeah, true, no orbs.
Moroi would be freezing, which it wasn't.
It's not freezing in there.
This might have been the ghost event, but I can't tell.
Ooh.
How many evidences do we have? Oh my god.
Riding and spirit box.
Oh no, like,
This is an
can
item
we get
thrown.
3? I'm totally not listening to this stream. Communicating with the ghosts.
an incense?
No, Moirai!
Moirai!
My ass fucking hurts so bad. I clenched. I feel like I popped something, like a fucking hernia.
It could be a spirit.
Welcome back.
Spirit!
I saw.
Oh, get a grip.
Oh. What
Get a grip.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Carls!
Tiny
72.
Carls just subscribed.
We just had our 69.
72 months. Good grief, we could have had like 3 to 10 babies.
We do have 3 to 10 babies. Whatever do you mean? Thank you, Bookie. At least. Oh my god. What the fuck? That's a juicy number. That's ridiculous. Making you right now, trying to get your face right? Are you making me off stream? What do you need? What do you need? Let me know. I'm just buying everything. Hey, whatever floats your boat. I'm just buying everything since I died. My bad. I know, I don't know where the time's gone. Whatever do you mean? You're leaving soon, aren't you, doll? Couple days? Uh-oh. I can't die again. I'm not going to. Okay. Old Faithful.
Look at this one. Fairy Doom.
Ooh. That's fun. Child of the Cold. Oh my god.
Wow.
Damn, okay.
I can be green.
Green. Okay, follow age.
Purple.
Guys. Time's just melting away.
Oh.
Ori. How does this work? Didn't you go through a Twitch hiatus, Carls? I swear you rebranded at some point. Or Twitch was an asshole to you, because sometimes it unfollows... My friends have been unfollowed before, and I've had to refollow and go, I didn't do that, I swear. Or you had like a Twitch hiatus where you unfollowed everyone and you did a cleanse.
Oh.
Twitch trying to start shit. I know it would never be malicious.
Where's my sound thingy?
Twitch trying to start shit's so funny.
Oh.
Twitch trying to start beef, but they can't get in between me and my gal. So, nice try. Yeah, no. I've been unfollowed by some friends.
Oh, what am I
no,
doing?
I've unfollowed
Just
friends,
staring
but
at the
Twitch has.
fucking wall.
And then I've had to go, how am I going to refollow them? It just looks like I've been mad at them, but I'm not. I'm never mad. Hi, Beef. It's very awkward. It does do it, though. I don't know why. But... Yes. I missed the bone location. Oh, here it is. Now let me get my mirror, surely. Damn it. I love the mirror so much.
Have lower temps in the kitchen? Kitchen dining area? Just threw something in here?
Great.
Summoning circle embodiment.
Summoning circle. I got the bone location right here. Yep. That's what I'm talking about. Sorry. I don't know. Putting it on the bench. Gonna get some more tools. Yep. Okay, let's do dots. I want to do salt as well. Let's do this first. Oh, I gotta turn sprint on. I'm so slow. That's hot.
Oh, that bitch.
Step in it.
Come on, girl.
Make sure it didn't leave. Where is it? Okay, there we go. Where are you?
No UV. Alright.
How old are you?
Alright.
Oh, they got big, meaty footsteps.
They're clomping up a storm. Okay, girl, sure. Spirit, right?
Spirit box.
God, I heard him from out here. Jesus. Loud. Wanted to do something. He's clomping. Clomping up a storm. That's sanity light. Okay. No, please don't chase me. I'm so sexy. Oh, nice bear doll.
Oh, thank you. I got it for you.
Oh, I thought that was Keto for a second. I was like, why is Keto being nice? You wait.
My fucking... my genetics.
Real.
Oh.
Oh, shoot.
Quite an active. Oh, yeah.
Elderly victim. Oh, ghost orbs.
Oh. That's a mare, which means it can hunt at 60% with the light off. Will it do the trick?
Ghost orbs extinguish.
How high?
Oh. Oh.
My god, it's touching all the doors when you flick it on and off.
I'm waiting for it to flip the switch. Or did it leave? Oh no, it knocked on the window.
Oh, cute. I'm gonna bring... like it's about to hunt. Barn. Squeaky barn. What's this one? 2 pound. Oh, I can do that. Easy. Squeaky. Okay. I'm gonna try and capture it ghost riding with the video. And then sound recorder would be nice. Want to get it to ride again.
Not doing the thing.
I want to take a photo of it, but
I'll just keep it from hunting for a minute and a half.
right in the book, doll. Do a little scribble. That'd be great. As soon as I stop recording, it's gonna do it.
Do you need more salt for a video?
Oh, there we go. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Alright, cool. Got that. So now I've got all my evidence. Stunning. Now I need some sounds.
I've gotten one of them.
Oh, nice. Some groaning.
One more down.
Groaning. And burn the
Make
crucifix
a
again.
noise if you're with us.
While you're at it, you may as well.
Oh, this is gonna drive me bonkers.
Oh, go on then.
One more sound.
Lake Titicaca. Hakuna
He's giggling.
Matatas.
Recorded.
Pregnant neighbor just resubbed for 17
Lake
months.
Titicaca. Hakuna.
Oh, we have everything. Lovely.
Yippee! Oh, let's go. Neighbor,
Wanna
thank you for
huff and puff on the
17.
way out.
How are you, doll?
Oh.
Hello. That's really nice.
Oh, I didn't even like this shit. Oh.
Oh, look at this
Oh.
board.
Oh.
Look at that.
So much money.
Stunning.
Gorgeous.
Good night, Cass. Have a good sleep, doll.
Oh, the teddy bear.
Yippee! Oh, yeah.
Best ever mayor, everyone.
Oh, and a perfect
Oh.
game.
Oh my goodness.
And a daily done. 2 dailies.
Oh, shoot.
Oh my.
What are the other weeklies, actually?
Oh, yeah. You should try this again, even though last time it ended so bad. Look at that XP. I'm gonna try the bigger campsite, but last time we did that, we all literally passed away. It's gonna be bad, but I thought, you know what? For the plot, let's do it. Let's do it. Why not? Oh, yes, and sprinting. Correct. What was I going to buy just then? Oh, more incense. Oh, and another crucifix. Oop. Oh, I can't add. Why can't I add them? Ah, it's okay. And then let's do custom. YOLO. Okay. Last time we all perished super quick, but this time it's going to be different.
It was the
Oopsie, sorry. Oh, Connie, how you going? 7, my goat. Reminding me.
know.
Oh goodness.
I was gonna say last time it was a demon.
Oh shit.
Fucking smoked me. Gonna get blind. Thank you. It's Shiny Clark. That's her name.
Okay.
Miss Shiny Clark.
Oh shit. I'm a little bit scared.
We'll be fine though. Why can't we reverse park?
Last time was really scary. Hi Joe. How are you doing? Meeting so many new pals today. May's gonna be really good, I can feel it. Strong May, strong May. Medicated in May! Wait, we're so back. We're actually so back. I've seemed to have lost everyone. Imagine I find them perished. Not good. But you're 6'9", you know what? You know why, Joe? Because you have good intuition, and I'm not. But it's a conversation starter.
In a two-story building.
Good comms? It's a good conversation piece.
On the first floor.
I am 5'1", if maybe. I say 5'0", but I'll give myself another, you know. But look, now we're talking. So look at us. It worked. And it shows me that you read panels. Excellent. 6'7". No, I'm not gonna do it.
Oh, it's in here. It's in this area.
Is that inside or outside?
It's outside.
Towards the two-story building over here.
On my way.
What's that? Oh.
It's colder in this area. Okay.
Oh, you're good. Thank God. I didn't start recording or anything.
I'll put this down here. I'll show you where the bone was. Also, turn the power off.
Oh. And was that you, kiddo?
No.
Oh, it turned it off instantly. What the hell?
Maybe there's too many lights on. So it fused.
Is it in this area?
Honestly?
I love reading a good panel, Joe.
Somewhere around here.
Love hearing it. I have to update my panels actually. Because it says I'm 29 and I'm not now. I'm 30. The numbers, I think, if it's what I'm thinking of, they correspond to bit amounts. If that's what you're talking about. It's like my little bit menu. Or if you're being
Oh, it's whispering. Oh.
silly
whispering
about
in
something
my
else, I'm sorry that the joke went over my head.
Shit more. So. What's happening here?
Is it... Are you here? How old are you?
Between the youngest and
Oh. Spirit box.
This area might be hard to cover. It's pretty big. I hunt from a corner.
Real. Because you're not actually 6'9". Hey, yeah. Damn it. All right, let's do. I feel like something's going to happen on cam. I gotta get back out there.
I'll go ahead and get a picture of the bone. I have an extra cam.
My goat. This map scares me, so I don't think I'm gonna get the extras, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, what was that? Fire extinguisher, I think? Yeah. Joe, I am starting to play Faz properly for the first time since 2020. So I dabbled in Faz since it's come out. But I would say the last month, anyone in chat correct me if I'm wrong, I think the last month I've been wanting to try to learn it more. So I would say I play like multiple times a week now on stream. Oh, a hunting ghost video. We're rich. Yeah, you deserved it, Em.
Oh, the ghost is feisty.
Ghost orbs as well. Alright, there we go. Crucifix. The god. Recognize the goat. We have an average sanity of 50%.
He almost found me.
Have we tried salt yet?
I'm doing it now, it just jump scared me at the fucking door.
What about you though, Joe? Do you play a lot? Same. I think we're checking it out at some point tomorrow.
No UV. Stepped in the salt.
Alright.
Gone on Rio.
Yeah, Lisa, I'm so excited. Oh my goodness. I wonder what it's going to look like. Is there a crucifix down? Where do I hide? Yeah. I cleared all this SEAM objectives and Prestige 7. Oh, nice! Yeah, I haven't even Prestige yet. I would say it's my first time properly.
Oh. Oh. Oh, taking me out, girl. Oh.
I was gonna say first time taking it seriously, trying to get better. Oh my god. Hannah, that's the dream. Oh, Keto. Tammy, are you alive?
For now, yeah.
Keto's dead.
Oh, I heard it.
Oh. Ooh. That was crazy. He stopped, and then, did you see that? He stopped and then started and went, "Hey, girl."
It smelt you, girl.
Oh, shit.
Oh my god. I have no idea what this ghost is. What's a yokai do? Reading.
The ghost said,
Talking in
"Psych." Oh my god. Oh, nasty.
Quite fast.
Oh, is it? Oh.
It's throwing a lot of shit, but
I know, Raven. I'm not there yet.
yes, Tammy, though.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe, for now I'm playing with like pals and community members that I trust. Since I'm like a new guy and they're like teaching me. But I'd be down to do like open lobbies. Like do like a dedicated open lobby day with the community and people just come in and out. Once I'm much more like, honestly soon. Once I'm more confident, then I would love to do that. So your games aren't completely horrible with me in it. But that'll be super fun. It's greasy as hell. What the hell? Ugh. A drum? Of course I would. Hannah, you got all the achievements? Oh my god. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Chris! That's so funny. Do you want to keep this for your stream tomorrow? I won't show them. That's so funny. The beanie, honestly, that's me in Japan with that beanie. Show it's fine. Okay. Do you want to see my my fuck ass circle cam? This is Chris's Carla in his game. That's so funny. Not me being so short. That's so funny. I've got the neat dude shirt on. I've got the beanie. That's so funny. I can tell. Did you just... Yeah, am I 2 apples tall? You definitely did what I did, but went the other way with height. BCS energy. That's so funny. You have to make us friends. That's so good. I wonder who I'm gonna fall in love with. She's a cutie. I do like the hair. I like the hair a lot. And the black beanie goes hard. We're all fighting over the black beanie in Japan. Everyone just wore Chris's hats. Shan, if it has to be like that, then it has to be like that. And why would I complain when 90% of the film photos I took in Japan were of you? When I saw when the film came back, because I've had this film since November. So it was November through to Japan. So there was like my birthday, Christmas. And then I get to Japan and I'm like, ooh! Yay, perfect. And it's just Shan, 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 Shan. And I'm not mad. I'm happy about it. That looked like the love child of Fez and Lexi. Hey, why not? I'll take it. That's funny. Tammy, what do we think it is? Uh-oh.
I think it's a dying.
Oh.
A dying.
Dion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love my, I love the old beanie combo in Japan. I was so cold and the guys were like, this is great weather. This is professional. Oh no, actually this is custom. This is custom. But I'm getting, we turn sprinting on, so we're getting a 4 times. But we usually have sprinting off and get a 5 times. Abs, not bad. This one's been very aggressive. I thought I hid from it well, and then it turned out I didn't. Tammy did.
Oh.
Alright, let's see. Bye, Tammy. Let's have a look. Oh, it wasn't on Rio.
I was
made that bitch
testing
blow out
that.
a candle.
I was
Oh.
testing that
No.
just now. Because it
what
blew
a
out the
harlot.
candle really fast as soon as I lit it. But I think it went out of crucifix range.
Oh, mamma mia. You know what, guys?
It wasn't hitting freezing though.
Let me put the stuff back. I know just the thing that will make us feel better. They fear fire. Do they really? Oh, why can't I add more crucifix? Is 2 the max?
Yeah, here's the maximum.
Oh, okay. Not me being like, guys, it's bugged. Okay. I'm level 69, I know. I've won. I can't level up anymore. No, I'm nearly 70. We need to. Two. Okay. Incense for Tammy. Salt. Alright, cool. Yeah, the loadouts, Joe. I gotta fix my loadout. I'm so lazy. I'm so lazy. I'm so lazy. You know how many nice people every stream go, hey, is the easy way to do that? I gotta do it. Hi, Sarah. I have. How are you? Hello.
Going in blinds.
Oh no. Damn. I must have forgotten. Shit. Sorry, Tom.
Or we forget.
The other head things. My bad. Shit.
A bonus by the generator.
Barn. Jaren. Hello, Joe. What are you doing?
Oh, is this Bugston game?
Put this here. Oh. Ooh. What do you do to self-care? I gotta wash my hair tonight. 7, yeah. I gotta do it. I've done half and then I just gave up on it.
Ghost is between those yellow tents to the left of the entrance.
Good comms, good comms. Oh.
Oh, it's ferocious.
Sure. Holidays! Are you excited? When do you fly out? Oh, you fly out... Oh, wait. You don't fly out Tuesday, do you?
Oh, you fucking bitch. Whoa.
Where are you?
Fucking
just threw the
throws my book.
Damn.
Absolute fucking
Told
ordeal.
you.
I can't believe that fucking little bitch just did that to my book.
Where did I put my dots? Why did I not have it?
I think I brought one in, actually.
Oh.
You can stop throwing shit at
That's
me.
what I grabbed and I forgot.
Go and walk on it. I know. Yeah, you're right. I gotta do it. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Seven.
No, you.
Ghost orbs.
I know Yovina ready?
Orbs. No UV.
Okay.
Then they throw the book.
Ooh. Yes. I gotta wash my hair. I'm gonna try and do my hair. I tend to get lazy and not do it and then just go curly, but
If it's on two evidence, it doesn't mean anything because it could just be the evidence that they're hiding.
I see. Dying on your Raiju Yokai Yurei. Oh.
okay. I'll get my camera.
I grabbed a couple motion sensors for videos if you want.
Smart. Okay, let's see if the summoning circle. No. Is it a Ouija board? Yeah. Perfect. Joe, yeah, it's a learning curve, but
We got that.
nice. When you're learning DBD, there is so much to learn that you're going to be set for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. I have nearly 7,000. But when you're learning it and if you end up liking it, it's just so much content in it. I still play to this day. I'm not sick of it. I mean, I'm partnered with the game, but I still want to play. So, but I remember I wish I could go back in time and play DBD as a brand new player because it's so fun learning everything.
Anyways, I'm very calm and collected.
Oh, Dot's Ghost.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Where was the bone again, Dot?
We didn't get UV, did we?
If I power.
There's EMF
Nice.
out here.
Yes, it is somewhere. I dropped it over here.
Oh, I'm holding it.
Okay.
So.
I'm just looking for EMF 5.
Hi, Rye. No, Sarah, real. I have to. I have to. How is Life is Strange? Yeah. Especially while learning, turning chat off is just so much better. Finished it today? Oh, yeah. How does it hold up to the others? I'm trying to find this bone, but I forget where it is. Good ending? Nice.
It's by the generator.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Alright, I think that's enough. Oh, nice. Is it comparable to Faz? Not really. I mean, if you want to... We could say it's 4v1, but the ghost or slash the killer in DBD is a player, like a human. So, like, not really, but it is good. Ooh. it is good to play with friends. And there's so much to learn that if you get into it, oh, it becomes so fun trying to unlock stuff. And the quality of life is much better now too than when I started. Thank you, Rye, for the raid. Oh, someone died, I think. Who died?
Where's the lighter?
Tabby!
Oh, shit.
Oh no. How are we
Where's
gonna
the
do this
lighter?
without Tammy?
Okay, I've got the lighter. Wow, lit that fucking bonfire up. That bitch did not care about the incense. Oh my god.
Oh no.
I'm gonna go get an incense before we become history.
Oh no, Tammy. Always saving Keto. Some killers will jump scare you, Joe. Not in the way that you think. Some killers are quite quiet and they can sneak up behind you. And that will make you jump, for sure. But it's not very like... When you're new, a lot of things will jump scare you, but it's not like a typical jump scare, if that makes sense. Like, I still get jump scared by Ghostface in the game because you can burst a lot of killers.
Right.
Do we know what it is at all? Oh! Oh, bye baby! Bye baby! Oh my god. That felt very jump scary. Alright, who do we think? Hello. A 3K from the ghost. A Yuri. Oh.
What even is that hoe?
What the hell?
Oh my
That one would have been hard to find, I feel. On the campsite.
What does that ghost even need? A Ure? Oh.
Let me fix my loadout.
Freezing.
Quick loadout. Okay.
Okay. I smudged its area and it fucking killed me.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it traps it temporarily, reducing how much it wanders. Okay.
Oh. Click all loadout. Oh.
Thank you
Nice.
for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Oh shit.
1000 Fleurs just subscribed.
7 already? Doll. Thank you. How are ya?
Oh.
I gotta sell. Buy, sorry. I need to get some of these. And salt. I think it'll automatically buy though. Oh, I think it's automatically in, right? Although I don't need to bring 2 sound sensors every time. Headgear. Nice. Okay. And then from here, do I save? Oh, shit. I thought I was doing that this whole time. That's funny. Okay. Oh, okay. I thought I was in the other. Right. I'm back. Wanna... Okay. I already clicked on all. And we loaded it all. Yeah, we did that and then I've been minusing it, right? Is that correct? The game already gives you an auto loadout that has max capacity to everything. Right. Okay. Oh. No? Oh. Oh, okay. Ming. Okay. Jesus Christ. All right. Old Faithful.
Oh, good golly.
My good golly.
Thank
Above loadout one, there's one. There's a tab called all. Ori.
Oh.
Oh, that's tier 3.
Oh, we do. Nice. Possibly harmless. Great.
What's this?
Eric.
Oh. Eric White.
Watch out for Eric White.
Oh, not a banshee or dying.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Okay.
Alright, it's in my book.
Ooh, ghost orbs out here.
What the fuck is that noise?
Orbs in the lounge room? Orbs in the lounge room. I
It was
repeat,
just
orbs in the
playing
lounge
the-
room.
You know that film with like Tom Cruise and there's those aliens that in the big tripod things?
Yeah.
And the brrrr. That's what it just played on this fucking mic thing.
Oh.
Yes, and War of the Worlds or whatever.
Okay, girl. Sure. Yeah, I play, a lot of us know a lot about the game, Joe. So if you ever see us playing and you want to ask a question or whatever, happy to help you. Hi, Mimi. Oh my god. I'm dead. I should have hid under the stairs. I forgot about that hiding spot until now. My bad. I could have gone under here. Oh wait, never mind. I wasn't here. Oh, okay. I was just screwed. Oh, okay. I was just screwed up. I was just not gonna live. Okay. Should have shot it. Oh, yes, with my ghost gun. Oh, lizard. No. Yeah, Joe, hell yeah. I wish I could enjoy DBD for the first time again.
Yep, but I think it's a mimic.
I'll cherish every moment for you. Thank you. A smile. I should have taken a photo. My bad. Oop. Uh-oh. Yeah, that ghost went down the stairs, around the train and went, hey, hey you. Damn it. Bloody damn.
Corpse.
Shut.
In the bone.
Haven't you? Haven't you? I've been obsessed with that Simpson quote. Oh god. I said it to someone IRL yesterday that loves The Simpsons, and he cracked up. He's like, haven't you? Damn, I can't believe I got killed that quick. Well, I do actually. I do believe it, but you know. Aurora Borealis. At this time of year, at this time of day, localized entirely within this kitchen. Yes. Ooh, UV.
Okay, well that's +1 to mimic.
Yeah, 7, yeah. Yep, exactly right.
Freezing in here though.
Oop. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry, don't apologize. I do.
Waste my shit.
We'll give you a roll. Oh.
I've been muted this whole time.
Yeah.
What did you miss?
I haven't heard you since you've called out Mimic. Oh, 0 degrees.
Oh yeah, freezing.
It didn't
pretty
go
sure it's
negative.
Mimic. Where are you?
0.
Yeah, I thought Tammy was a bit quiet.
I might have been muted when I was trying the spirit box.
Oh. Okay, there you go.
Where are you?
Wait, does that mean this?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a mimic.
Maybe this is the last day we get these bendy,
Yeah, this is-
bendy
this has to be a
characters.
mimic this whole time.
What's that noise?
We need freezer.
Motion
It is
sensor and
going on.
firelight. I can go grab. Here's another.
Oh, it is freezing. Oh, it is Mimic. That is so calm. Back to you, pal.
Okay.
I'm coming over for candle and motion sensor.
Sure. Why did it come for me? Like it had a problem with me. What the hell? It didn't like me much at all. Good night, Christine. Have a good sleep. Thank you again for your support. I'll see you next time. tomorrow we have to check out the Faz update at some point. We have to hopefully get married in Tomodachi. And then I do want to play some DBD. I want to do a lot tomorrow. It didn't like the Twitch stream. It said stop live streaming me. Jaren, I think I missed it. Are you flying out tomorrow? What's the hot goss? Mimic, they left without me.
I mean, my mum's car. Mimic.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Yippee! It hated my guts.
Yeah, that fucking thing hunted you down, girl. I took a photo of your corpse.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for the extra $1.
Thank you. Headgear. Nice. Okay.
I decided screaming mimic. Not sure if you picked it.
Yes. Yes, thank you. You were freaking out more than I was. And then Ken Corn on Wednesday. Oh, doll. And you're gone for a month, right? Oh, yeah.
Thing here now.
Truly, so that's right. I accidentally used the Ouija board. Alex.
Did you see I had 2 blood moons in a row earlier?
Yeah, what the hell?
Oh.
Hello? Jaren, of course, enjoy yourself. Of course, I'll be so honored to see you. But I can't wait to hear all about it. What's the time zones like in Cancun? It's Cancun, not Cancun.
Why does that keep turning on and off?
It's like a motion sensor light thingy. I'm sorry I said that. Not my finest work. Did it turn the light off?
Maybe the power went out.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking bitch.
Power's out. Oh, I dropped my shit.
The breaker was at the back door.
Oh, Jeffy doll. Imagine some Cancun margaritas. Oh, jeez. Jeez Louise. $15 hours behind. Urgh. Tassie on Wednesday, doll? For how long? How nice.
Ghost is in the trophy room.
Trophy room. Saturday. Oh, yeah? Wednesday and Saturday. True and real. 2 a.m. Yeah, I know. Time's gone quick. Holy shit. I'm so tired today. Oopsies. Hopefully I'll try and go to bed earlier tonight.
Looks like we might have EMF 5, unless it's a ghost of it.
EMF 5, yes.
Oh.
Yes, on the MF5.
You think about my ass, girl?
Just look at the. Do you see your ass in the evidence? It says EMF 5, but you're squatting on it. I don't know if you see it.
Fuck.
Listen. Yeah, wait, what time is it for everybody? What's the time?
I have a feeling race, but I don't know.
Good comms? Lullaby.
Unless
Yes.
somebody else threw that painting on the stairs.
Jazzy.
Not me.
Ooh, 10:55. That's not bad, though. No dots yet.
Actually, I do think I put a hemorrhoid.
Classic.
You got some anusol. The inside of my ass hurts real fucking bad when I sit down. Like
It is nearly 4 p.m. in Sydney.
Oh.
Oh shoot.
No UV. No UV.
Do they just go in?
Where are you? How old are you? This light might have to go off. You?
Cold in here.
Just in case.
Bloody freezing in
Are you
here.
friendly?
4 degrees Celsius.
Oh.
Oh, imagine if it was in Fahrenheit. I'd be done for.
Yeah. Go on then.
Are you here? Oh.
Object thrown. You naughty boy. Oh,
Abia
true.
Holder has gifted a sub to Joe_dog22.
Oh, shut. Abby. Jess, you were so professional.
I need to grab one.
Thank you for gifting us up to Joe. That's really nice. Ad-free viewing. Yippee! We need that. Thank you.
Spirit Twins Wraith.
Yippee! Oh, my back is so sore. Peachy! Yeah, yappy
It's
ghosts.
screaming. Well,
How are
it's
you?
getting mad.
Go on, girl, do something.
Oh, 0.5 degrees. Come on, go freezing.
That has to be freezing then, right?
Oh, you warm. No, it has to.
Oh.
The fuck?
It's 0.5, Tammy. Is that basically... Does that mean it's going to go freezing?
Negative.
No. If it's below 1 degree Celsius, it's freezing.
Oh, so then it's the twins.
So it's twins. That might explain what I saw out here then, because one twin might be roaming.
Oh.
Oh, like the painting.
True. Great. Great.
Yeah, I can't even pick this up from the wall.
Oh no. Peachy. Hopefully you get some sleep soon. I've been kind of tossing and turning myself. I've decided though, I'm going to sleep really good tonight and I can start early tomorrow. That's my plan. What time? We might have friend swap this week. Let me see. Friend swap wouldn't be tomorrow, but maybe friend swap the next day.
And repellent.
Ray, no, you're gonna pass out. You say that and then you're going to go... Little gifted snipe doll? Thank you, that's really kind.
And then we just need our sanity down also.
Very, very, very kind. Have a good sleep. Go to bed. I'll be getting off soonish. Ish.
Euphoria moment. Oh.
Oh, we have to get our average sanity down. Oh.
Repel the ghost of incense.
We have to get average sanity 25.
Oh. I just popped some pills.
Seeing you pop the pills and seeing your fucking thing go up, I'm like, girl.
I'm gonna go sit in the dark with nothing.
Okay.
I'm gonna go crazy in there.
Go crazy. I'm gonna get some. Tonight, we become ghost hunters. The BBC voice. Peachy, yeah. So remember the Orlando baby meme 2 years ago? I just put my face on the baby. I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it, but it remains an emote. Who wants to go to the Four Seasons Orlando? Me. Not proud of it. Not proud of it. Tammy, ew. Tammy. Oh, ew, 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 ew. Guys, picture this. I had snap cam on, so it made me bold. And then I had my green screen blanket over me, hence why only my arm is out. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Thank you, Tammy. Are you alive? Tammy, are you alive? So Tammy's dead and sending emotes. Great.
No, I'm kidding. I'm right here.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
I'm dead though.
Do we leave?
I'm just waiting to repel it.
Oh, okay. True.
Oh.
Goo goo gaga.
Oh, the bitch turned off the light.
3 years? Ray. Say psych. What?
Our average sanity isn't at 25% yet.
That's actually crazy.
You remember back in the day when the whole house used to flash during a hunt?
Oh, I remember. I gotta find the item and the barn.
Oh.
Damage dead. And that was with Keto and Tammy as well. That's such an old clip. That's 3 years ago.
And it was on, what's it called? Crab Game.
I know. I love that fuck ass game. We'll definitely do that during the 24 hour.
Have you touched these cupboards?
No?
Listen to how they sound.
I should call her.
Mosquito.
The fuck?
Excuse me?
Sorry, Tammy. Where's the item? Yeah, the character models are coming in tomorrow, I think, Jesse. You get to make your own character. Which is bittersweet because I think it's iconic, like what they've had. So it's cool. But also, no, you're so sexy. Damn, where is everything?
Oh.
Yeah, I think I could be wrong. It's either tomorrow or the next day. But it's coming.
The other twin's in the room with me.
Oh,
I
great.
think it's hunting. I just heard it fucking hunting. Oh, it's coming, girl. I've got incense. Oh.
Ooh. Nice repel.
I'm gonna shit myself.
You alive?
Yeah.
Oh, it's hunting again.
Oh.
I got it.
Nice. I'm still trying to find the item. I'm probably playing with fire doing this. All for $20. Where would I be if I was an item? Upstairs. Oh no, what happened? No. Happens to the best of us. I was gonna say, I had a feeling something was going on. So I'm like, Henry's quiet. Desk fan. I knew it.
You okay in there?
I think I'm good. I was just trying to find the item in the bone, but I think I should just get out. My bad! My bad!
Oh.
No, you're okay, Henry. Do what you need to do.
Take a photo of her corpse.
But if there's not like a penis comment, that's when I know you're fixing a fan, you know? And I'm supportive of that. Whoopsies!
Put the incense at the front door just in case.
Alright.
My bad. I am proud of myself, guys. This is not even a big deal, but I've been feeling quite dizzy all day, and I honestly didn't think I'd make it to 3 hours, and we nearly made it to 6, so... Wow. Huge win in the arena today. Huge win. We persevered. We did it. Thanks. I was having so much fun. I really didn't want to go, but I was feeling like icky all day. But I'm so glad. Yay. Thanks, Joe. Yippee.
I did have twins circled.
Oh no.
My god.
I shouldn't have
photo of
stayed in there. I
Carla.
was just really trying to find
Carla, I got
They
this
killed my
for you, but
teammate.
you died.
Oh, thank you. Perfect.
Oh, smokes it up.
My lovely bear.
Staging it for our lost one. Oh.
Imagine I could just start the truck. Yippee!
A bear.
Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Yippee! Yeah, I probably shouldn't have
Actually,
played with
'cause
fire.
I died with the other one.
Oopsies.
There you go.
My
So
bad.
courageous.
Alright, I reckon a couple more. And then I'll behave. I've been naughty.
Zero Abby.
Yeah.
Not you hiding behind the pillar. Get out from there. Get out. Alright. Old Faithful.
Maybe that's the character model thing they're trying to fix, because I was actually looking right at you.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's why they're updating it. So, like, they keep clipping. Sandra.
I hope they keep this lady around because I love her.
I know. It's iconic.
I just feel loved as her.
Paramount
Sandra Hill.
time.
Oh my god, I kind of read it as Silent Hill.
Silent Hill.
Oh my god.
The death animation.
I'm about to get my
Oh,
shit.
shit.
rocked.
Maybe I need to break my neck to
Oh.
get to.
Pyramid Head? Silent Hill. Oh my god, I need to.
Oi. Oh, if it's the 5th, it might be not tomorrow, the next day, right? I gotta double check. How exciting. Yes. It's in the toy room.
It's talking. Oh. Wait, where is it?
Yeah. It's a.
Open this,
Yeah.
open this closet door here.
I use the mirror because I'm a naughty bitch.
Oh.
It's in this room.
Oh,
Sorry.
no. Oh my god.
Oh, it's
shit.
naughty.
It's not a Yuri.
Can I take a photo? Yes. If you can reach Doggo, yes. Like if the ceiling's low enough, you can. I learned that the other day. Removing bendy backs, I know. Feel like pure shit.
Coming with UV and spare box. We have UV.
Ooh. Hi, Mickey. How are you, doll? No! They'll end up putting it back, you watch. Because everyone will be gutted. New animations.
Well, it accidentally lit my incense, but we have the objective anyway.
Oh, nice. Unique photos, we're getting there. Is it the 5th?
UV footprints, yes.
US 5th? Rocket League. I'm so bad at Rocket League. Where are the footprints? I'll take a photo. Are they still here?
They're gone already.
Dang it.
You have this salt. Come touch this salt, how? Yeah.
Here is a motion sensor.
Oh, it's
Might have been
riding.
me.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yes, girl.
Oh. Get a poltergeist. Oh, please be a poltergeist.
Oh.
Blowing wind on my bahoogalas.
That's me. Drawing stuff.
Oh. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my god.
cone go?
Pine corn. I know.
Oh, it's in my hand.
I know, it's iconic. Oops.
Is it in this room anymore? It's like 21 degrees.
It's throwing stuff. This thing's going wild. Oh, my god.
Having a hoot.
Right in the book again, doll.
Oh, Let me see what our average sanity is.
Yeah, so nicely, and it did it. I'm out of here.
It's a demon, probably. Demon or Obambo?
Ooh. I'm gonna miss the janky back.
Hi. This one item that throws keeps going wild over here. It's
Alright.
bugged. I can't pick it up.
Oh? A child! How nasty.
It's not a Myling or Poltergeist. It's hunted too early.
Oh my god. Fucking bitch locked me out.
She's a shadow ghost on the behind the table. I didn't have
I could
anything
not
to
see
take
that
a
hoe.
video or anything. She's throwing stuff at me.
She hates us.
Okay, that one's gone.
Oop.
Are you here? Do you talk out? Okay, yeah, right, yeah.
Just one more sound.
Could it be a Myling?
Myling wouldn't have hunted a. Oh. That's the last Cruci.
Oh.
I can cleanse near it again. We have a minute and a half now. Cleanse. Does somebody have the thermo?
Yeah, there's one down here. Alright.
Damn. Wonder if that will work. Yeah, nice.
Oh, freezing temperatures.
It's a demon. So
Okay.
we don't have a minute and a half. We might have more like 60 seconds, probably 30 now to get out of the house.
Okay.
He's coming!
He got me.
I closed the
Keto, you got me. That was that was pretty impressive. I actually believe that. Come in and get this evidence.
Once you leave the closet, girl.
Come in and see. Come in. Come into the house, pussy. Come into the house.
No, you come out.
Come in, scaredy cat. You alive, pussy?
Hello? Hello?
Hello. got time.
Coming.
Go quick, go quick. I'm blocking you.
Keto, you fucking did it again! I keep believing you!
Oh my god, what happened? It hunted really quickly.
I keep believing you! I'm such a gullible bitch! What the fuck?
Oh my god, it had a quick hunt. There's nothing wrong, it just... Oh my god, we just lived.
Oh. So it's a demon?
We survived a demon. It was
Yeah,
freezing,
demon.
yeah.
Wow.
It's like... I don't know. You could go back in and check.
Can't believe you've done this. That's crazy. Twice. We're all too sexy to die, Mickey. We can't die.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
I got some job. What you do it then, dickhead?
I've got some jobs. And they need to be done. Done like a spring chicken.
Spring chicken.
On a contract.
Oh. You are not gonna get me again.
Oh, it's hot!
Oh. Oh. Awful. Awful. Oh, Nell's actually quite small. I thought it was much bigger.
Oh, yeah.
Going back. Hi, Snail. How are you, doll?
This is the one.
This is it. This is it.
Oh, I've got it ready up. Oh my god.
Yeah, Sarah, how exciting is it? So exciting.
boy.
Great month. Full of fun things.
I have a 100% death rate on this map.
Really? Same actually, I can't talk. Actually, no.
Never...
I'm 50-50.
Oh, don't. I've never lived here. I'm about to get my ass handed again.
Oh, I've been grinding at my level up from. What do you need for it? Should I not prestige or something? Snail! Woo!
I would find a campfire to the left.
Ooh. Thank you, Tammy. Oh shit. Okay. Campfire to the left. Oh, that must be Keita. All the best equipment. Got you. Smart. I'm nearly level 70 for the first time. Yippee!
Let's get in the house. Can you get in the house?
What's in the house?
No, can you get in there? Yeah. Can you get in? I haven't been over there yet.
Oh.
Oh, I just found the keys on the floor. Never mind.
Oh. I'm in bed with my broken friend next to me. I'm afraid to move. Oh my god, be careful. I am. I'm very excited. I love how I've become obsessed with Faz randomly. So now I'm being fed all these games. Turn this on. Yeah, I'm keen. Very excited. If anything, it'll fall over landings. We point at the ceiling. Oh no.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass away, child.
Page_Mac just subscribed.
Hi, doll.
Hi, my loves. Hope everyone is well. Carl's love.
What are you doing? How are you? Happy 8. We're really doing it. Is that a bowl of tomatoes on the thing? Oh, it's fruit. Okay. Going up here.
Oh.
I don't know where any. Oh.
Why is it still on? Off.
Tammy, you alive? Yippee!
I turned the power off. I'm turning it back on now.
Okay. Oh, doll. Oh, I'm sorry, my love. I'm sorry to hear that. All my love to you and the fam, okay? She's very lucky to have you by her side. Like, that's a big deal. All my strength, doll. It's good to see you. Sorry to hear that again. I think it's not in here. I'm gonna leave.
Just down here.
Just down here. No, because
Okay.
I was playing with a alarm clock.
Oh.
Oh my god. Oh, it's in the corner. Hey girl. Wow. Beautiful.
Oh, so it is in here.
Let's turn that off again. Quick. Yeah, it's off again.
I'm turning the power back on and getting more stuff.
Yippee! Damn. Angry. Thanks, Paige. Of course. I definitely understand the feeling. Okay, I'm gonna get more stuff. Oh, 4:30 already. Oh my god. Earlier I was like, I'm gonna be finished by 3. And then I ended up just getting lost in the sauce. But I was so excited for this week. And still am. And I love how it's only Monday. We have so much on.
Took one pill because we were getting kind of low.
Oh, okay. Cleanse. Did you take a smudge stick?
I have one on me.
Yippee! I'm guessing someone took salt.
I have some dots and another crucifix on me.
Cool. Nice. I know, Paige. I'm very lucky. Very lucky, especially like on days like today where I'm honestly just not feeling amazing, but I'm just so happy to be here. And everyone's just so chill, and there's no pressure, and we're just vibing. We're vibing. I'll be full of beans tomorrow, you watch. I'll get a better sleep, and then I'm gonna be like, hey guys! No, it's okay, Paige. And pressure. No, I'm okay. You know when you're just tired and I feel a little bit dizzy today? But I'm happy. I'm good. We're doing it. I'm just getting lost in the sauce. Are you here? Where are you? Ooh.
Oh, footprints.
Yuffie and Ghost Riding.
Oh.
Damn.
Let's hope it's not another demon.
Do we have an EMF reader in there?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Random ebb injection here. I can tell I've been at work too long because I just tried to use my monitor as touchscreen. Oh no. Yep.
The fuck?
Has all the salt been stepped in? Okay. Let's see.
Oh, throwing stuff at you, go.
Damn.
Well, I don't think demon because our average sanity is 60%.
True. Ooh.
Smiling Obambo poltergeist.
I just scanned my badge to get my card of the day. No. I've definitely done that with my key to get into my house.
Oh. What are we looking for? Oh. Spirit box.
Throw something, babe.
Are you with us? Are you young? Oh. Did you die old?
Old.
Might get it to do something? If I hit it even?
Are you smelly? Oh!
Go.
Oh! That was a strong throw.
Burn the crucifix, babe.
It keeps turning this fan on. Holy moly.
And it worked. Hi, Liz. How are you, doll? Mixed up my bus pass and my full membership so many times I taped them together. Ooh. Wait, Slay? Show yourself.
He just whispered, "Come find me." Oh.
Maybe I will.
Like, girl, I can't.
Striker, how's your day?
Get the music room.
Oh, doll. Hopefully you get some rest. That's you, babe. That's you. On the car. Yeah, Striker just carpools, but they hang on the roof of the car. Crazy carpool. They don't want to burn the crucifix. Yeah, they strap themselves underneath the car. I'm feeling sexy as heck. You. I know that's right. Love being on a car, yeah? Yeah? Go on. There we go. Chase, that's crazy. Striker,
It just
please.
whispered, "Get out."
Fine. I would say at the moment, Joe, Tamagotchi Life Living the Dream. That's our main other game at the moment. And then we are playing through Red Dead Redemption 2, but I've been kind of distracted. And then I like simulator games. Big time. Love it. Love them. So, honestly, a random mix. Flow the Focus. Yeah. Joyride. Oh, Jeffy, sing it, baby. Go on. Show yourself, Ghost. Yeah. I used to be DBD main for years back in the day, but now I'm definitely a variety girly. Although my variety at the moment is Faz. Tomodachi Life. So, whoopsies.
Very chatty. Uh-oh. You like those Haynes beans, girl?
Girl. What evidence do we have? Ghost riding, ultraviolet.
Yeah, no ghost orbs.
What the hell?
Not really freezing.
Yeah.
But it's not popped up on dots. Oh.
Oop. Liz, what the hell? What are they
It
doing?
does talk a lot on a paranormal thing.
Henry, thank you. I'll take the 13-bit doll. Mimi said thank you as well. Mimi's ready for me to get offline. She's like,
Have a
girl.
well,
I've been muted.
Liz,
It's
Mimi
the
says,
Milo.
pss, 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 pss.
We meet it.
Yeah.
Oh no, but
I
oh
think it's
god.
smiling.
I won't
Yeah,
shame you,
it's
Joe. We all have,
That much on
we
the
all have
camera, I
those
guess it's probably
games.
a smiling, which means it's gonna be super quiet.
13 bits in a dream. Yoink. I'll be
Sorry,
taking
this
that.
was like
You
4
won't hear the
times.
footsteps until your light starts flashing.
Don't hiss at my cat, Em.
I can look for a place to hide over here.
It's leftovers from the Chris alert.
Okay. You can leave it off if you want.
They're gonna hunt us.
Well, I hope you're first to go.
No,
Hunting, actually.
they will smell you from a
Hunting right
mile
now.
away, vermin.
Oh, it is hunting? Oh, it's fucking coming.
Ooh.
We gotta hide, girl. Oh, back here. I sense greatness from this spot.
Uh-oh. I fear I'm going to die.
Oh, it's done?
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna get one
Think it's a
more and
Miley?
do it again.
Oh, okay. We could just do that. Summoning circle.
Oh, true. Izzy, hello. How are you? Whoa. Oh, we're low as hell. What the hell? What happened? Whoopsies. My bad. 0%. I think we're hanging out in the dark too long. By we, I mean me. I have jaw raid stuck in my head.
Yeah. We can test this light here. It is hunting.
It's hunting! I thought that ghost was thrusting just then. I'm like, girl, put it away. Whoopsies. Fast is fun though. I thought the ghost was like, yeah. You know what my favorite GIF is at the moment? I want to show you. I do this around the house constantly. This fuck-ass robot kills me. Am I losing internet? Oh, okay, I'm back. I do this around the house constantly. It was like this meme and it was like, robots are helping in the kitchen. I'm like, girl, that robot's doing nothing. But I just can't, like, that's so funny to me. The way it's giving that thing back shots is killing me. Wait, that's not the music. Oh, it is. I can't. This is my okay, I'm sorry. This is my favorite TikTok at the moment. So sometimes I'll be in the kitchen and I'll literally do exactly that. I'll pretend to be the robot. When is it gonna be my turn? So funny. I have tears in my eyes sometimes. No, because it's exactly that. Oh. Did they say it's a myling? Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm fucking out of here.
Oh.
Fuck this.
Rip. Hi, Steven. No. I'm gonna bring him toilet paper.
I blame Carla.
A myling? Don't leave yet. For ironing? Here you go, babe.
Camera. Oh. But I low-key really need a fucking shit out of nowhere. Oh. Perfect! Oh, God!
Hi, Crash.
Oh
Hi, Nebula. How was your birthday? Oh.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Yay. Mimi, you want to say
I just
hello?
unlocked an incense. Wow.
Tootsies? You done? Do you like her socks? She's got her good socks on today. The fancy socks. Kiddo, are you going?
I can squeeze one more.
Are you sure?
Figuratively and literally.
Yes. Okay, last one.
Make sure the door doesn't close on you.
Yum.
Oh.
I was holding her up like that to the mirror and she wasn't moving. She was just staring at herself last night. Benjamin.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Alright.
Please remain careful.
Oh my god.
This
It's
is
the
you, I
cousin
know.
of Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, Henry.
Oh my goodness.
Thermopolis
Oh
Rinaldi.
my goodness.
Mimi sometimes doesn't give a shit too. But last night she was, sometimes she just lets go and lets me hold her. And she was honest. She had like her two paws holding me like this. And she was just looking at her reflection and she was just happy to be there. And then we fell asleep cuddling. I don't know. We have this routine and I say it constantly, but it's so cute how she knows. I'll call her when I'm going to bed and she'll just waltz right in and take her position up on the bed and she doesn't move. She'll jump down to get some water, but she doesn't sleep anywhere else. It's really hard. That's why sometimes I'm late in the morning because she's looking at me like, don't leave. I'm like, oh shit. She's very cute.
Oh. I think this is the room.
Orbeez.
Oh, gorgeous. Spell gorgeous.
K-I...
J-U-S. Gorgeous. Are you gonna spell my name?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh my goodness!
Oh shit.
Oh.
Okay. I stream. I usually start around, I would say 7 p.m. Eastern-ish. I usually start 7 p.m. Eastern, sometimes earlier. US Sunday through to Thursday. So the 5 days in between there. And then when I'm feeling good, the streams are usually like 6 to 7 hours. If I'm feeling a little bit sleepy, like probably 5 hours. But I stream 5 days a week. You can't get away from me. You can. But yes. Okay. Oh, Henry, cute. Polly, listen. Stop.
Let me just cross out.
You stop it. Don't stop. Listen, sometimes I get distracted. Did it just say cock? Like, fair enough, but... What the hell? Nice, Joe. We're so back. Goodbye. Big, big fan. Fuck! I did it again! What did I say? What question did I ask? Shit. What did I ask that I got angry?
Well...
You even said, I said goodbye to it. Next time I'm picking it up and throwing it outside. I'm over it. I'm bloody over it. Have you had your NL Plus today? What the fuck? You spoke and they wanted to be with me so bad. I mean, grow up. Like, obviously. But what the hell? Damn it. Damn, damn, damn. Shut. 1300-65506. Can I leave? No, I can't. Push so good, Ghost wants it. I don't fucking blame it. The hell?
It's nothing.
Record anything. I don't know why.
Oh.
Oh! Oh shit! Oh, it's eating my muff out! Oh!
Oh no.
Not the muff!
It's a Ure.
Not the muff doll!
No, it's not a Ure.
Archon, hello! Hi, Johnny! I mean, people are entitled to their own sexual proclivities, you know? I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom for as far as I'm concerned, you know? But I ain't spending any time on it! We gotta make Bob Catter. Slug! There they are. There's the duet.
Slug_O has gifted a sub to Chunny Bun.
There they are. Thank you for the gifted subby. How are you, doll? You're fine, doll. But I'm not spending any time on it. Wait, what is it? What was it? I can't believe... I just can't believe it. Squeaky!
Yeah, do.
Oh, thank you, doll. That's quite nice.
You're welcome. Oh. I dropped
You
it
naughty
twice.
boy. Oh!
Chunny Bun has gifted a sub to Slug_O.
Wow, that is hardcore flirting. Gifting each other a sub. Just kiss already. Just smooch. Thank you. That's very cute. And I appreciate it. Smooch, go on, do it. Color wants to see, as you can tell. We should go out or something. Yeah, totally. I feel uncomfortable with all this tension. Joe loves it. Joe loves it. I like how you can pick up the... Wait, can I pick up this? Ugh. I would, but a dog's on me. Damn it. What is that emote? The kissy emote. I want to try and get a bub. Let me see if I can find Bob Catter. Flirt. Let me sign in. I want to see if there's an emote. Cause that would be great. I don't think so. I might have to make my own. Oh, yeah.
Where are you? Are you friendly?
Googling an emote. Guess I'm gonna have to make it myself. I can't find the emote I want. Oh my god, the me and yours are coming out. I can't see it.
I think it's an Onryo.
That's crazy. Me when Oh.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Wow.
I've created a pile of things that I could fit in me.
Oh. The baguette's an interesting one, and the wine, and the newspaper.
Yeah. You just roll it up, though.
What about this shell?
Yeah, it goes in.
Okay.
It's hard to pull out, though.
Wait, all at once or one at a time? That's a good question, Noah.
All at once.
Right, okay.
Some call me the black hole.
Oh.
I just keep chucking in.
Add that one in, please.
Nothing comes back out. Oh, yeah. Oh, that would be beautiful. Embroidery in my hole.
I'm so glad I can't pick this photo up because that'd be very inappropriate.
What photo is it?
Me and Grandpa,
shit.
yeah.
I can fit in Grandpa.
Perfect. He'd love that. Rest in peace.
He would finish both in life.
Stop.
I've got a fork.
Oh, Liz, perfect.
Put some pork on your fork. Do you remember that ad? Put some pork on your fork.
Yeah. Or, don't chop the dinosaur, Daddy.
Oh. And then there's Kiss Me Katoots.
Oh, yes. Wow.
The legacy.
Put some pork on your fork. Oh, wait, Ray, yeah.
Oh.
Ain't no way. Oh, Henry, whoopsies. Not happy, Jan. Like old times. They're doing the Onryo test. I think. Need a bib. Don't we all need a bib? Ah, my arm's so sore from my weak ass workout yesterday. I just want milk that tastes like real milk. Go on. Go on, Ghosty. Ugh. I said pork. Put some pork on your pork. I didn't even notice. Yep. Crush me between your thighs. Listen, I'm only 3% fat. Curls for the girls, tries for the guys. Yep. Yep. Paige, sounds like my Friday night. Yeah, why is it mothering you? Like, let me do what I want to do. Let me talk about things in Carla's stream. I'm busy. If you know what I mean, yeah. Low fat, no fat, full cream, high calcium, high protein, soy, light skim, omega 3. High calcium with vitamin D, folate, or extra dollop. Is it an Onryo? Jared, do you want the house
That's the
tour?
last thing Tammy said, but it blew out candles and it didn't hunt.
Oh. I can take you to the first, second, third floor. What do you reckon, Tammy?
Oh.
Onryo?
I think Onryo.
Slug. Milky, you just get that copy pasta. The low fat, no fat, full cream? Honestly, Liz, pretty close. Do we have that already? Wait. No, we don't.
Welcome back.
Oh, my goat.
I forgot to get the videos. I was gonna go back.
Yeah, so something
My
keeps
goat
happening where there's a Ouija board and I walk near it and I'm not talking to it, but it thinks I'm talking to it and then it kills me.
Huh.
Yeah. But level 70.
Yay! New stuff. Get those fancy motion sensors I saw.
That's $8,000? Jesus.
Oh, that's tier 3. Paramic.
Whoa. Oh, Keto just went to go to the toilet.
Oh.
Keto. Leaving leaves, yes. And that's okay. I know you need to spread your wings. When I was bringing you the toilet paper. And then you said that instantly. I was like, hell yeah. Alright. I'm reheating tacos tonight. And I'm really excited to eat it. If I can say that. Are you streaming again tonight?
Maybe later.
Interesting. Alright. Are you gonna have another nap?
Probably not, because I'm wide awake now.
Yeah, true. You right. You right.
I've been drinking Celsius.
Oh shit. True. Isn't Celsius like a million what's it called? Caffeine?
200 milligrams.
Wow! Wait, what's mine? Mine's piss weak, I think. 80? What's that gonna do? Oh.
It's still more than a cup of coffee.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I think the average cup is like 50 milligrams.
Bonk doesn't do shit. I just have it for the taste at this point. Whoa,
Yeah.
wow. Okay. I have to go.
Okay.
It's really hard.
Weekly challenge when?
Shit. You can get it done in 2 seconds, Tammy. I'm holding you back.
Yeah, but you need to get it done too.
Yeah, true. Are you working when the new character thing comes out? You are.
I might be calling off that day.
Oh, interesting.
Don't tell anybody.
How convenient.
Don't tell them that's the reason. Oops.
Oh shit, what if they're watching right now? A stray nurse watches
Then-
and they're lurking.
It's a personal call out.
True, there's a lot happening.
Can't question why.
Legally, yeah. You're right. Alright, well, sounds good. Thank you for games.
Are you gonna play tomorrow? Or when that comes out?
Yeah, I'll probably try and do like either starting with it or capping with it or both.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I'll be
Yep.
right here.
Alrighty. Hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Bye, doll.
I'm so
Oh, don't
I
choke.
cough.
Oh, she's actually dying, guys. Be careful.
No, that was fake.
Oh, okay. I really believed you. Damn.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
I'm
wait.
gonna do that on the phone then.
Yeah, perfect.
When I call them tomorrow.
Yeah. Just don't choke. Okay. Bye.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Bye, love
Thank you for
bye.
games.
Thank you. Yippee! Can't be striped by stream snipers. Joe, thank you, doll. It was so fun to have you. Nearly 7 hours. I've done it again. I was literally, guys, an hour and a half in. I was like, fuck. I feel so sick. But I don't want to have to do a short stream. Like, I want to hang out. And I was like, how am I going to get to 3 hours? Like, I feel ill. And we've managed to do nearly 7. And I would have done longer if I started earlier, which I was trying to do. Whoopsies. 11 p.m. on May 5th. Wait. Ooh. I might be streaming that night. Wait, that's tomorrow. Oh, true. 1 to 2 runs. I know. Easy, Tammy. I know we can do it. I know we can do it. But thank you guys for today. I had so much fun. I'm either doing a night stream tomorrow, pardon me, or the next day, or both, but probably one or the other. I do feel better, yeah. I do feel better. A part of me wanted to do some DBD now, but I'm like, Carls, you already, you know, not feeling 100%. Get the hell off. Go make dinner. You can jump on tomorrow. Like, stop it. I've been doing that lately. I've been wanting to do more than I probably should. And I'm just like, it's because I really enjoy streaming. Genuinely, like, I want to stream all the time. DBD, you say? Yes, yes. I know, Dark Water. I know. I need to play that. No, because I appreciate it. I really want, so I'm watching the F1 race that happened this morning tonight. And I've been trying to stay off social media, which is good because I've been streaming. But I will say that I want to do some DBD at some point tomorrow, even if I start with it. And then I might be doing a nighttime DBD stream this week as well. But that means I would start like quite late, so some of you would wake up to me. No, because if you don't leave, I won't go to bed. I need to go to bed. True. She loves us. Guys, the good news is this is the first stream of the week. So you have 4 to 5 streams left, not including this one. So really, it's like, hey, I'm seeing you soon. You know? That's what I have to tell myself when I feel clingy and I want to stream. I'm like, girl, you have time. You've got time. Stop it. But I adore you guys. I will see you tomorrow. We only got 1 day away from you last. Oh, wait, you did too. Oh, shit. I've been around. Oopsies. No, thank you for stream, guys. I adore you. I will do as many bonuses as I can this week. Like I said, yeah, the dizziness is off and on's been kind of weird. So I'll do what I can. But thank you, Henry. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm very excited. I think tomorrow is Tomodachi, DBD, and Faz maybe, even though I really need to... Oh, I don't need to do a simulator, but I'm thinking about it too. But also there's plenty of days so I can figure it out. But have a beautiful afternoon, morning, wherever you're from, guys. New pals, regular pals, mods, lurkers. You're the best. I think Tammy will be live later, so go follow Tammy. 1,000 you too, doll. Ebno. Oh, be careful, doll. I know that feeling. No, Eric, thank you for what you do for me. Are you kidding me? Miss Sweet Dreams. I'm going to be live earlier tomorrow. I was a bit late today. Whoopsies. See you tomorrow, guys. Bye. You're the best.